Dzindzi Indian is a very rare opening that's not seen a lot at the highest level. And to me, as an advocate of the opening, that's absolutely fantastic because not a lot of people are studying it. And why is this? Well, part of the reason is in the background there have been rumors and murmurs about, oh, that opening's been refuted. But I doubt anyone could actually tell you what the, quote, refutation was. I actually prefer an opening that's not in the glare of the theoretical spotlight. Much less attention paid to it. People don't have the latest Anand or Kramnik or Kasparov game to follow in terms of looking how to play against it. So many white players are very, very unprepared to meet it. And yet, it offers a dynamic imbalance. At a very early stage, black gives up his bishop, he doubles white's c-pawn. In databases, against almost every response, black has at least 50%, which is pretty amazing. And white does have a broad number of responses. However, there's only 2 or 3 responses that we actually consider to be theoretically challenging, perhaps e4, some attempts with h4, and an early queen a4. These look to be the most challenging theoretically, and in each case, we will show you how to handle the position with black. With a careful study of this chess DVD, you will learn the plans, the tactics, the history of the Dzindzi Indian, and you will be able to win many, many games against very surprised white opponents. Hi, I'm International Grandmaster Ron W. Henley. Today we're going to look at a fantastic opening that you can play when white plays 1d4. It's called the Dzindzi Indian, named after Roman Dzindzi. And it starts when white plays 1d4. d4 is a very good move for white. It helps to control the center. And we can see the e5 and the c5 squares. And with black, we respond with 1g6. We prepare to fianchetto our bishop to g7. White plays c4 and establishes a very nice pawn duo. This gives him control of e5, d5, c5, and b5 for the moment. For black, we fianchetto our bishop and we immediately begin to put pressure on white's d4 pawn. White plays knight to c3. This developing knight move has been chosen by white players about 67% of the time. From c3, we can see the knight influences the d5 and the e4 squares. And now, as black, we counterattack at the center. Our pawn on c5, combined with our bishop on g7, puts pressure on white's d4 pawn and immediately forces him to make a decision. d5 has been white's choice about 80% of the time. From d5, we can see that the pawn covers the c6 and the e6 squares, but this also opens up for our fianchettoed bishop on the dark squares and gives us the option of bishop takes knight check. In fact, this is kind of a key moment in establishing our Dzindzi Indian defense, is we do in fact give up our long-range bishop for the knight on c3. After bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, we can see white has these double pawns on c3 and c4, and white is ready to expand in the center with e2 to e4. And black also has these dark squares that are a little bit weak now because of the absence of his bishop that was on g7. With f5, we immediately fight for the light squares, and in particular, the vitally important e4 center square. And this is a key starting position for the Dzindzi Indian. If allowed, black will now play d6, knight f6, queen a5, knight bd7, and then this is important. For d7, this knight can either go to e5 if available. As a rule, you want to go to e5 if it's available, or to b6. In either case, we can see that this knight immediately attacks the white pawn on c4. So let's say, for example, we have to put our knight on b6. Then the way we follow up our development is with bishop d7 and castles. This is the development plan for black. From here, he may look to advance his e-pawn. He may look to drop his queen back, attack the white pawn on c4. And black has, very, very good position. Now, of course, we made several moves for black. White will be trying to do something in the meantime. And what we will look at in this introduction is that once we reach this position with f5, we know what our plan is. We know where our pieces belong. We know what we're trying to do, But it takes two people to play a chess game. We will then take a look to see what white does, and we will meet each of his plans. So in this DVD, we will show you how to play the Dzindzi Indian, and we will cover all of the different pawn moves that white has on the 6 moves to try and make progress against our fantastic opening. The first white response we will look at is 6e3. I call this the, quote, passive approach. But nonetheless, a lot of players do play like this. And what's white's reasoning? Well, first he develops a pawn in front of his king, and he likes to get his bishop to d3, maybe his knight to f3, and try to develop the king side. A lot of players, when first confronted with an opening they're not familiar with, they quite often play a move like e3. Now, what's the downside to e3? Well, e3 blocks in the queen's bishop. As we can see, the bishop only has this square, d2, and b2. Once you play e3, you've really blocked this guy in. Notice that f4, g5, and possibly h6 have all now been blocked by the white pawn on e3. Kind of reminds me of Edward Gufeld mentioned that you should talk to your pieces. White should actually ask the bishop on c1, Mr. Bishop, do you mind if I put a pawn on e3 and block your diagonal? If you were to have a conversation like that, I don't think too many players would play e3. But at the moment, you meet e3 fairly frequently. Players that haven't given a lot of deep thought, quite often this is the type of move they will play. So we understand with e3, white wants to develop his kingside pieces. How should we as black meet this plan or development setup for white? Well, we should play d6. The pawn on d6 immediately blocks the white pawn and frees the d7 square for our pieces. We should bring our knight out to f6. From f6 it controls the e4 and g4 squares. We should play our queen to a5. On a5 we immediately put pressure on the pawn on c3. We should bring our other knight to d7. From d7 we see it can go to b6 or to e5 if possible, and put more pressure on the white c4 pawn. But let's say we have to put our knight on b6. Let's say the e5 square is covered by white. Then our bishop normally goes to d7. From d7 it covers the b5 square, the a4 square, and prepares for our king to be able to castle queenside. More times than not, we will actually castle queenside where we have more pieces and a very nice fortress. And then from there, what's our game plan? Our game plan quite often is to break in the center with e6, just activating our bishop. And sometimes we drop the queen back to a6, where it helps the knight put more pressure on the white c-pawn. That's our game plan. In game 1, we're going to take a look at this game plan for black in action. This game we will look at, game 1, Saha Suvrajit is playing white against Gurpreet Pal Singh. This was played in Bangladesh 2004 and was a tournament sponsored by the United Insurance Company. Played in round 7. Let's take a look. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, attacking the white center, d5, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, f5, fighting for control of e4, and now white played 6e3. How do we respond? Well, first things first, we played d6. White plays bishop e2 now. A little bit different idea than what we thought. We thought he was going to play bishop d3. Knight f6 and h4. So white combines a fairly passive plan of e3 with a fairly aggressive plan of h4 trying to open the h-file. Of course, one question is, what's the future home for his king? Black continues with the program, queen a5 attacking the pawn on c3. White now plays queen b3. In my mind, this is actually one of the more logical places for white to place the queen. Protects all 3 pawns that are weak on the queen side, a2, c3, c4, and potentially counterattacks the black pawn on b7. I tend to think that queen to b3 is actually one of white's better choices for a queen move to defend the c3 pawn. Again, black continues with the program, knight to d7. From there he can go to b7. Again, black continues with the program, knight to d7. From d7 he can go to e5 or b6. White now plays a little interesting idea, knight h3, kind of the flank development of the knight, with the idea that he can go to f4 or to g5, and from there, either point, he can continue on to e6. Black decides to play knight b6. I may have given slight preference to putting the knight on e5, but knight to b6 is good. Knight to f4. And now here black plays a very interesting idea. Most people would actually play bishop to d7. Black actually invests a move to play rook g8, figuring white's going to open the h-file, or white's going to come into e6. If he comes to e6, he's probably thinking that he will eliminate the knight in one move with his bishop and have saved a move moving his rook away from the h-file. White plays f3. Now again, he's moving another pawn in front of his king, but quite often the king will find its haven on f2. Bishop d7, this prepares for queenside castling. Bishop d2, not a proud moment in the life of this bishop, but again, it goes back to the pawn structure. With pawns on e3 and c3, where is this bishop supposed to go? Black castles queenside and has now completed this development in very harmonious fashion. White plays king f2 and also connects his two rooks. And now here black plays queen a4, offering the potential trade of queens, but also increasing the pressure on c4. Rook at a to b1, logical. Rook backs up the queen, creates a battery on the half-open b-file. Rook at d to e8, very nice. Black prepares either e6 or e5 with a break in the center, forcing white to make a decision. White plays rook b2. Black opts for e5. This establishes a very nice pawn duo on e5 and f5, and actually gives black a space advantage in the center of the board. White, of course, does have the pawn takes pawn en passant option, which, in this game, white takes advantage of that French rule, captures, black recaptures. Now white does give up his knight for his bishop, but black now gets the open file to double on for his rooks, and the white pawn on e3 suddenly becomes a target. Queen b5, black doubles rooks on the half-open e-file, bishop d3. Now we notice that the c4 square is pretty hotly contested. Black has two attackers attacking, and white has two defenders defending. So black now finds a very nice solution. How can he bring a third unit to attack this pawn on c4? And notice that if he does bring a third unit to attack, it's very hard for white to bring a third defender. And the solution is the agile black knight. Drops back to d7. From d7, it threatens to go to e5, and once on e5, it would threaten both the bishop on d3, and it would be the third attacker on the pawn on c4. In fact, if the knight gets to e5, we can see the pawn on c4 is practically surrounded. Fritz, in fact, after knight d7, already considers that black is almost 8/10 of a pawn better. In order to stop the knight from coming to e5, white plays pawn to f4, covering the e5 square. However, the drawback to putting the pawn on e4 is immediately shown because after knight to f6, we can see the e4 and f4 squares have been irreparably weakened. This is the thing with pawns. Once you move them forward, you cannot move them backwards. In fact, the threat immediately is to just play knight to g4 check. As we mentioned, the pawn on e3 is very, very weak. White decides to bring his rook over, lend some support, and black now plays knight to e4 check. A very powerful move, occupying the central outpost, completely boxing in the two bishops, and of course if white exchanges, rook takes, and then the pawn on c4 is absolutely indefensible. However, let's go back one moment. And here, black missed a very nice opportunity. Knight to g4 check. This would have three attackers bearing down on the pawn on e3. 1, 2, 3. With only two defenders and the king. The question then is, where does the king go? If white tries to continue defending his pawn with a third defender, that's 1, 2, 3. black now has a fantastic finish. Queen to d1 check. A beautiful deflection motif. We can see this immediately puts the king in check. And of course, after rook takes queen, you then have rook takes e3 check, bishop takes e3, and rook takes e3 mate. As we can see, the knight and the rook combine to form a beautiful checkmate on the king. Let's go back for 1 minute. Instead of rook d1, let's say after queen to d1 check, let's say black saw that and decided to try and duck with king g3. Too late. Queen takes e1 check, another deflection motif, and after bishop takes on e1, rook takes on e3, and again, similar type checkmate. Notice that the knight is covering both of the king's escape squares. Beautiful coordination between the black pieces. This would have been a very, very nice, very thematic finish. Let's just take another look. Knight e4 check was a strong move. Knight to g4 check was a totally crushing move. But continuing on, after knight e4 check, black certainly has all the positional trumps, and after king to f3, h5. Very nice move. Completely locks up the king side, blockades the position. This bishop is now buried for life. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 pawns of his own that are locked on the same color. This bishop is just basically sentenced to being passive for the rest of its life. White continued on with bishop to d1. King c7, black gradually nurses his pieces forward. Bishop d3, and now black decides that he can actually go ahead and exchange queens. Pawn takes, and white actually feels like he's straightened out his pawns a little bit here. However, c4, very powerful move. This keeps the pawns frozen on the dark squares. White retreats with bishop to f1. Just take a quick note. Of course, bishop takes and rook takes check is not really a position for discussion because this bishop is just simply so bad. This knight can hop all around. It can attack everything at once. It might even maneuver knight a5 to c4 to d3. It has all the possibilities. Let's just take a look. It could go a4, c5, and into d3. This knight has all the mobility in the world. This bishop is basically stuck like a pawn. So, of course, white at least keeps his good bishop, but after d5, rook c2, knight a4. Very nice. The two knights coordinate to attack c3. The black king even gets into the game. Very important to remember, in the endgame, the king has the attacking power of about 3.5 points. That is to say, it's actually, as an attacking piece, slightly stronger than knights or bishops. Black already at this point has a decisive advantage. White no longer has a viable defense. In the game, white retreated with bishop to c1. Black went ahead and took the first fruits. One pawn on c3, and the other one on b5 is actually attacked as well. After bishop to b2, notice that if white had tried to defend this pawn, black could just simply play king up, and on a3, play king c5, and he's ready to go ahead and collect it without even worrying about getting pinned. So in the game, after bishop b2, at least attacking the knight, black went ahead and collected a second pawn, and after knight a4, knight bd6, black has a completely winning position. And in fact, white did play on to move 60, but, we're going to continue on with more important things to look at. This is a completely dominating winning position. Black even is considered to be 3 pawns up, according to Fritz. So let's do a quick recap. White's h-pawn advance was met by this rook to g8 move. We will see this type of idea later on when we look at 6h4. Another key idea that we learned in this game, black employed the maneuver rook at d to e8, and then, on his next move, he made the e5 pawn advance, establishing a very nice pawn duo in the center. Very important motif, this e5 or e6 center break. The next key idea is we see black is attacking the c4 pawn twice, white is defending it twice. How to bring a third attacker to bear. And black solved the problem very nicely with knight to d7. This knight d7 to e5 maneuver is very powerful and very good idea to keep in mind. Notice when white answered this with f4, that after knight f6,
the g4 and e4 squares were irreparably weakened. Almost always this f4 advance is not good for white. This was an important moment in the game. White played the very powerful, very strong knight e4 check. However, in this position, he missed a huge golden opportunity with knight g4 check, 3 attackers on the e3 pawn, and after king f3, pretty much the only way to defend the pawn, the very nice deflection sacrifice, queen d1 check, rook d1, rook e3 check, bishop e3, and rook takes e3 mate. Again, a critical moment. Knight e4 check, a very strong move. Knight g4 check, a crushing move. This is an important technique. In this position, black is winning on the queen side, stands better in the center with a beautiful doubled rooks on the half-open e-file in the occupation, and on the king side, he simply locks it up. An important motif to keep in mind. And here is one of the final things that we really should take away from this game. Normally you would not exchange queens if it allows white to undouble his pawns. However, in this case, the immediate follow-up with c4, bishop back to f1, and d5 still kept white locked in the box, and if anything, after a few more moves, we saw that the pawn on b5 actually became rather overextended, and the black king had very rapid access to attack it. So again, exchanging queens always has to be carefully considered, and in this case he even undoubled the pawns, but allowed his pieces to come on into the game and attack white's pawn weaknesses. Overall, a very, very instructive game. The second game we will look at with the 6e3 variation comes to us from the Czech Republic in 2004. Peter Kellner playing white, Milan Spal, a master, playing black. Let's take a look. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, and of course f5, fighting for control of e4. White plays e3, and again, e3 does block in the bishop on c1 and take away potential development squares f4, g5, and h6. d6, bishop d3. The reason people play e3 is they want to rapidly develop with bishop d3 and usually try for e4 at some point. A logical plan, but again, it's a bit slow and cumbersome. Knight to f6, knight e2, a bit of an unusual development for this knight. And now, black, very opportunistically, takes advantage of the opportunity to immediately establish the powerful pawn duo on e5 and f5. White has a choice. Allow black to have that type of space advantage in the center, or, as in the game, play d takes e6. However, after d takes e6, bishop takes e6, two things happen. One, the bishop gets developed and immediately puts pressure on the c4 pawn, and two, the black knight has a more active possibility of developing to c6. So remember, once this d5 pawn is gone, two key things to remember. One is your knight can often come to c6, and two, this bishop quite often can relocate powerfully to c6. More on that later. Castles, knight c6. Already we can see from here the knight can go to a5 or to e5, increasing the pressure on c4. Knight to g3. Again, quick note, if knight f4, no big deal. Just back it up, bishop f7. You still have good control over the d5 square, and the knight could be subject to a kick at some point in the future. So, in the game continuation after knight to g3, black castles kingside. Note that with the pawn on e3, the bishop has trouble getting out to h6. In fact, white now played queen e2, preparing, of course, the e4 pawn push. But probably it was more prudent, or certainly worth considering, to play the immediate e4, freeing the bishop. After fe4, knight e4, knight takes, bishop takes, it does involve a pawn sacrifice on white's part. After bishop d5 check, though, bishop takes, queen takes, black now has a choice: king over or rook f7. Preference would be, surprisingly enough, for king h8, which of course This looks very dangerous, putting the king on the long diagonal. But concrete analysis is required. After c4, for example, black counterattacks with queen f6, actually attacking the rook on a1. If rook b1, now the rather surprising at a to e8. If bishop b2, we can simply play knight d4. This idea of using the knight to jam up the long diagonal is a recurring theme again and again, and very important idea to remember. After queen b7 here, for example, rook e2 would be very strong. Or if we go back after knight d4 instead of queen b7, well, start with, notice that rook d1, threatening rook takes d4, of course, is not too dangerous because, one, we just play knight e2 check, king over, and we actually grab the ascending bishop. So let's go back. Instead of bishop to b2, suppose white had grabbed the pawn on b7. This also looks very promising. He can now play bishop b2 next move, and meanwhile he's penetrated to the 7th rank with his rook. This also looks very dangerous, but keep in mind, the black pieces are fully developed and occupying open files. The knight is developed, could swing to d4 if needed. And in this exact position, the white king also has problems. Queen takes f2 check, rook take, rook e1 check, rook back, and rook takes rook back rank mate. That's right, sometimes it's very important to remind the opponent that he too has a king that needs to be looked after. So, let's go back to the game continuation. After castles, white played the preparatory queen e2. Black now played very nicely. Knight to g4. Very active relocation of the knight. Threatens to swing the queen into e4 and also creates the possibility of knight to e5, hitting the sensitive d3, c4 points. Of course, black could always increase the pressure, on the c4 point with moves like knight a5, and the bishop on e6 is already attacking. So knight g4 really activates the black position, and in addition, it prepares the little surprise that after e4 by white, f4 is a very powerful response. This does two things. One, remember we said this bishop was boxed in? It stays boxed in, because with support from the rook, the pawn just blatantly pushes forward. Two, it also embarrasses the poor knight. As we see, the knight really has no squares except the sad knight back to h1. Tactically, he could have played knight f5, offering a piece sacrifice, but then black would do well just to stick with the program, and once the knight moves, for example, knight h6 check, king g7, white is faced with just a whole bundle of trouble. To start with, his knight is trapped. Secondly, his bishop and pawn are under pressure. Thirdly, the f-pawn is anxious to just plow ahead to f3 and break up the white king side. So going back to the game, after the powerful counter f4, the knight had nothing more than the sad retreat. But now, the heavy artillery comes in, and the direct threat of queen takes h2 mate rears its ugly head. Now, you would expect the normal defense here with h3, and that would be met by the very powerful f3, totally cracking up the white king side. After g takes f3, for example, you then have the very nice attraction sacrifice. By attraction, we play knight h2. This attacks the rook on f1 and the pawn on f3. And by attraction, what we mean is that we pull the enemy king, or say the enemy queen, to an unattractive square. And in this case, we pull the enemy king to h2. After king takes h2, that allows us to play queen takes h3 check with tempo. Okay, and then after king g1, knight e5 is just a powerful crushing threat on the f3 square. Note that f4 doesn't help, because after knight f3 check, white has nothing better than to cough up the queen. Note in this situation that the white units are unable to come to the aid of the poor queen and king in protecting this f3 square. After queen h4, white came up with the ill-conceived bishop takes f4. However, after rook takes f4, h3, simply knight at g to e5, white now resigned, realizing that after g3, queen takes h3, g takes f4 is simply the same motif. Knight f3 check, supported by the queen, and white has nothing better or no choice rather than just give up the queen. Therefore, after knight at g to e5, A piece down, king under attack, white simply resigned. A powerful performance by the master, Spal, playing black. Let's take a quick recap. After knight e2, black very astutely played e5, establishing the dynamic pawn duo in the center. White had the unpleasant choice: allow black to maintain the space advantage, or in the game, d takes e6, bishop takes e6, and after castles, knight c6, and the black pieces were very active. The next important point was when white built up to play e4, black played the very astute and very active knight to g4. This really activated the black position and allowed him to meet the central thrust e4 with f4. A powerful, powerful move that forced the white knight back to the edge of the board. And then, of course, simply devastating queen h4, followed by your typical h3, f3, breaking up the king side. Again, just a very, very powerful, very brief performance by the player playing black. Game number 3 was played between Kostya Lubarsky and Denis Bormistrov, and comes to us from the Australia Masters Tournament in 2004. Let's take a look. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, and f5. Again, we're looking at 6e3 for white. Now black plays very accurately with the immediate queen a5, immediately putting the question to white as to what he wants to do about his c3 pawn. White plays queen c2, very common location for the queen, protects the pawn, keeps open the possibility of helping support an e4 break. Black plays knight f6, bishop d3, d6, knight f3, knight at b to d7. Again, the knight has two options. And here, rook to b1. Very useful move for white. The rook goes to the half-open file, puts pressure on the b7 pawn. And the downside is the white pawn on a2 sometimes is now left unprotected in the event the white queen goes wandering off. Black opts for knight to b6. 1, the e5 square is covered by the enemy knight. And 2, the knight on b6 puts pressure on the d5, c4 pawns and helps to control the a4 square. White retreats, knight to d2. From d2, the knight, of course, influences the e4 and c4 squares. Bishop d7. Black could, in this position, already contemplate e5, establishing the pawn duo. And after d takes, bishop takes, he's got nice pressure against the pawn on c4. In the game, black continued with bishop to d7. White played f3, black castled queenside, white castled kingside, and now black opted for the e5 advance. Again, establishing the very powerful pawn duo on e5 and f5. And this time white decided to counter with his own e4 pawn advance and allowed black to maintain his two center pawns. Black pushes by, and it's time to take a quick look at the position. With the blocked center in this type of position, black stands much, much better strategically. In fact, we have kind of a King's Indian pawn structure with the major exceptions. Black does not have an ugly bishop on g7 locked behind his pawn chain, and 2, white has the double pawns. Now that does give him the open b file, but these double pawns also act as a major impediment towards some of the other white pieces coming to join. And as far as the half-open b file, the bishop covers the b5 square quite nicely, and the knight on b6 also blocks off the half-open b file. So, if you were to compare this to a typical King's Indian defense position that you might arrive at after 20 moves, I would play this position every day of the week if I could. White continues with knight to b3, attacking the queen. The queen slides up to a4, putting more pressure on the c-pawn. We can see the queen and knight coordinate very nicely to pressure. Black goes over. White moves his queen over to give an added protection to the c4 pawn. Now black decides to secure his king. King to b8. Bishop d2, again, not a proud moment for this bishop, but the bishop needs to get out, connect the rooks. g5, bishop back to e1, rook at d to g8, king h1, rook g6. And the beauty of the position is black can take his time and build up because it's very hard for white to undertake anything positive. And bishop f2. Well, speaking of something positive, white does now have this idea of sacrificing one of his pieces on c5, getting 2 pawns, mobilizing his c-pawns. And with that in mind, if I was playing white, with those thoughts in mind, if I was playing black, I would take measures to prevent this piece sacrifice on c5, simply figuring that this is white's only possibility to stir up trouble. He's much worse on the king side, and therefore I would look to simply eliminate this possibility from the whole equation. So therefore a move like queen a3, a little added support comes to mind. A move like rook c8, also lending added support to the pawn. Typical very idea could be to play rook c7, bishop back to c8, h5, queen back to e8. Notice with the superior mobility the black forces are able to play on both sides. Then after rook g1, you might build up with queen to g8, forming the battery with the rook, g4, bishop h4, and then bring the other rook over to g7, and you've really tripled up the juice, all the while not even allowing this piece sacrifice. For example, knight d2, knight h7, and then the threat of queen d1 and knight g5 powering in on the king side. This would be very thematic type play. Going back to the game though, after bishop f2, black just went gung-ho all out for the attack and let white do his worst. So of course, white at this moment went ahead and sacrificed his bishop. In retrospect, it may have been more dangerous to sacrifice the knight after takes and bishop takes. White would then at least threaten simply to back the bishop up, start advancing the pawns, and it actually looks a bit dangerous. However, very precise move order for black at this point would be to play knight h5. For example, if bishop g1, again, very ominous looking threat, start rolling the c-pawns, blasting the black pieces out, opening the b-file. Rook h6 threatens mate in 1. Bishop f2, then you play takes on f3, queen takes on f3, rook g8, threatens bishop g4, trapping the queen, queen to d1, now you hit him with knight g3 check, bishop takes, pawn takes, h3, and now bishop takes h3, thematic kingside attack sacrifice, pawn takes, and then g2 check, forking the king and rook, and we can see the king here is totally exposed. For example, after king up, you might not even take the rook. You might also think about queen back to d7, threatening queen takes h3 mate. So let's go back for a minute. After the very precise counterattack knight h5, let's say white retreats his bishop to b4. Similar type continuation. Take on f3, takes, rook h6, threatening the knight fork on the family, thanks to the pin on the h-pawn, king g2, rook g8, king f2, and now you have a fantastic move, knight to g3. The point is, you attack the rook, you attack the queen, and you threaten rook takes on h2 check, which would zap the king against the white queen. So again, let's go back to the piece sacrifice with the bishop. Bishop takes c5, takes, knight takes, queen a3, and now here, if I was white, I would have thought maybe to play knight back to b3 to try and play c5. You have to get these pawns rolling. But instead, after knight d7, he simply forced black to take back with a knight, and then he's got a natural blockader of the c5 square. So basically, black is completely winning here. After only 23 moves, white really has not too much to show for a sacrifice piece. The game continued with rook to b5, g takes f3, g takes f3, bam, knight on the blockading square, rook at f to b1, all doubled up on the file, but the knight protects b7, rook at h to g8. Black also lines up a very nice battery to control the open g file. After queen f2, takes on d3, Rook takes b7 check, king e8, and we see white doesn't really have much of a follow-up. Notice that the all-important a7 square is defended by the black queen. After rook b7, king a8, notice that the important a7 square is defended by the black queen, so queen takes a7 mate is not in the cards. So, floundering around for some type of opportunity, white came up with queen to h4. But again, there's still no serious threat. Black took the pawn on a2 and threatens simply queen g2 mate. This also supports the idea of knight to f2 check. And basically, two pieces down, threatened with mate, white resigned. This game we are going to look at comes to us from a Romanian girls under 18 championship. One of the things I noticed in doing my research on the Dzindzi Indian is that a lot of the games are played by young, promising junior players and by young lady players who play competitively in international events. And the reason for this is that they have coaches who research these things and try to discover good openings for them. And in the Dzindzi Indian, I think they found a winner. Let's take a look. Mihaela Macri is playing white, and Karina Georgi is playing black. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, and f5. So white plays e3, black plays the immediate knight f6, bishop d3, and now queen a5 attacking the pawn on c3. Knight e2 develops a kingside piece and defends the pawn. d6, castles, and now knight bd7. And again, we can see the knight can already leap to e5, pressure the c4 pawn and the d3 bishop, or go to b6. Bishop d2, kind of a passive looking move. Knight b6, and now white plays kind of a dubious idea. Knight to c1. Apparently the knight wants to swing maybe up to b3, and then from there try to harass the black queen on a5. However, this knight doesn't coordinate too well with the other white pieces, the bishop on d2, the bishop on d3. Black continues with normal development, bishop d7, knight to b3, and now simply queen back to a6, and we can see there's already two black pieces attacking the pawn on c4. That only leaves the white queen able to combine with the bishop to defend. And now, similar to the maneuver we saw before, where the black knight went to d7 to e5 to bring a third attacker, here black very alertly plays knight to g4. We also saw this maneuver before. The knight now threatens to go to e5, and again attack the bishop on d3 and the pawn on c4. So after knight g4, white played f4, which we also saw before. The pawn on f4 does cover the e5 square, however, it does weaken the e4 square. Black castled, white played rook at f to d1. This is very optimistic. White apparently thinks that these two rooks are going to create some type of attack, maybe on the b7 point, maybe against the black king, but this is a bit unrealistic. I think a more realistic approach would have been simply to retreat the bishop back to e1, maybe hope to get the bishop out to h4, say rook at d to e8, for example, h3, the knight backs up, the knight comes back, e6, bishop h4, rook at h to f8, takes on e6, bishop takes, and then rook at f to b1. This is a much better deployment of the white pieces. Probably the chances are about balanced here, although I would still have a bit of a preference for maybe bishop to d7 to c6, take control of the e4 square, maybe put your knight in. After you exchange some minor pieces, the c4 pawn is very weak. Going back to the game, after the immediate rook at f to b1, black went ahead and chipped away at the center with e6. Knight to c1, a very passive retreat. Now, let's take a look after e6. One tactical motif that you have to watch out for that white can employ, and occasionally imaginative tacticians playing white will find this idea. Knight to d4. This is a very exciting idea. The point is that if we take this knight to d4, in practice such a move is often stronger psychologically than it is theoretically. What black should do here is simply take on d5, after pawn takes, play c4, stuffing the bishop. Well, if the bishop moves, then you simply pluck a pawn, and after rook b6, queen b6, bishop takes c4, White's broken the black grip on the position and does have some compensation. Very powerful centralized pieces. This bishop may hope to spring to life later. Instead, the passive retreat with knight to c1, e takes d5, c takes d5, c4, and suddenly we can see the white forces have totally gotten separated from the pawn on d5. After bishop c2, knight takes, and not only is that pawn in the pocket, but the pawn on e3 is suddenly under observation by the two knights, possibility of a rook coming over, and more pressure on the e3 pawn. So after knight d5, queen e1, black went ahead and pulled the trigger with knight at g takes e3. And this powerful tactical shot breaks down the white position even more. After bishop takes e3, rook at h to e1, and we can see the pin on the e-file combined with the double attack on the bishop on e3. Basically, white loses the piece back for nothing. And we can see these white pieces are really not in position to come to aid of this 4-pin bishop. After queen d2, knight takes e3, rook b4, bishop c6. Very powerful move. This is a fantastic. Once the white d-pawn has been removed from the board, either exchanged or captured, the black bishop often finds a very powerful home on c6. Point is, it defends the b7 square and helps to launch an attack on the g2 pawn, usually in the close proximity of the white king. After knight e2, white basically just decided to abandon the pawn. But let's take a look. After bishop c6, if he plays g3, then you take on c2. After queen takes, rook e1 check, king f2, rook h1, and we can see, in this case, protecting the g2 pawn, the cure was worse than the disease. Rook takes h2 check is going to be simply deadly. For example, king e3, rook e8, king d4, and now nice deflection motif with rook d1 check, queen d1, and rook e4 mate. So going back, we can see why in this position after bishop c6, white just abandoned the pawn on e2, figuring at least try to centralize the knight up on d4. Queen a5, rook at a to b1. Now black took the bishop on c2, and after queen takes, the simple bishop e4, zapping the queen against her rook, and basically just getting rid of all resistance. After bishop e4, black won the game immediately because white resigned. After bishop e4, white appropriately 2 pawns down and losing the exchange went ahead and resigned. Let's do a recap. What did we learn from this game? Powerful performance by the young Romanian girl, Corina Gheorghi. So let's do a recap. First off, after knight b6, putting pressure, of course, on the pawn on c4, white played knight c1. The knight here is very passive. Yes, of course, it can go to b3 and attack the black queen, but once the black queen moves, the knight on b3 has no further future. Black played bishop d7. However, a plan with an immediate e5, establishing the duo, and if takes on e6, bishop takes, immediately puts pressure on the pawn. In fact, after knight b3, queen a4, it's very hard to see how white will even hope to defend her pawn on c4. After queen e2, very much like what Corina played here, she played the thematic knight to g4 maneuver. This maneuver is very powerful as it threatens to bring the knight to e5, hit the pawn on c4 for a third time, and hit the bishop on d3, a key critical defender. Now, of course, white played f4, as white is often tempted to do, but as we've mentioned, white played f4 in order to keep the knight from e5, but as we mentioned, once you advance the f-pawn as white, you weaken the g4 and the e4 squares and e3 pawn as well. After castles, white played rook at f to b1, hoping for some kind of attack against maybe b7 or the king on c8. However, these two rooks don't really do too much in terms of being aggressive. The one rook is hidden behind the other pawn. The other rook, yes, technically it's a half-open file. However, there are two pieces in the way and very little else to support it. Instead of rook at f to b1 for white, I would have preferred bishop to e1. This is more logical. The knight can come back into the game via d2, where it would help to support the c4 pawn, and the bishop would have the possibility of coming to h4, where at least it would have some signs of life on the h4 d8 diagonal, maybe even pressuring the pawn on e7 a touch. This, to me, would have been much, much more logical than the pseudo-aggressive rook at f to b1. And then e6, black very alertly begins chipping away at the white pawn center and preparing to open the e-file. And this was probably white's last chance to try and make a game of it. With knight c1, this was just a passive retreat, which after ed5, cd5, c4, hitting the bishop, artificially isolating the pawn on d5, and after bishop c2, knight d5, black collected one pawn and put pressure on the e3 pawn. Going back a minute, this is a key idea you have to be aware of that white has. In the same way we look at resources that black has, we have to also appreciate and not underestimate resources that white has. And at this exact moment, white should have availed herself of the opportunity to try and confuse the issue with a stunning move like knight to d4. This type of knight in the middle of a pawn mass sacrifice has been seen quite a few times. There was a famous Alyekhin's defense in the 72 Fischer-Spassky match where this type of sacrifice was very prominent. So here, let's take a quick look, just so that you should be aware. And then sometimes, too, such a sacrifice is stronger psychologically than it actually is in theory. If e takes d5, cd5, suddenly we see an exposed attack on the queen. After c4, then rook takes b6, queen takes b6, and bishop takes c4, white has some pretty massive compensation for only the exchange. And in principle, white has broken the black grip on the position, so to speak. Now, black, of course, is still not without chances. Knight to f6 to e4, rook at a to e8, but at least it's a game for white. Anyway, just be aware that this knight d4 is a very interesting tactical idea for white. After the passive knight c1, like we said, e takes d5, c takes d5, c4, black did a beautiful job of breaking up the white center. And after bishop retreated, knight takes, queen e1, black tactically broke into the white position with knight takes e3, bishop e3, and thanks to the pin with the rook at h to e8, soon recovered the bishop on e3, thus netting another pawn. So with a couple of powerful strokes, black completely, within a matter of a few moves, obliterated the white center. Very, very powerful, very, very instructive play. The final knockout punch obviously came from this superbly centralized position, also relocating the bishop on c6. This is very nice. Notice how the bishop on c6 protects the weak point on b7, but also hits the vital g2 point in the white camp. This is another important point. Once the pawn on d5 has been removed, quite often this bishop can be rerouted to c6 with great effect. And in this position, completely centralized with all her pieces, beautifully posted, white got knocked out of the box with knight takes c2, queen c2, bishop e4. This pin, or skewer if you will, of the queen against the rook simply wins the exchange, leaving black two pawns and the exchange ahead, and white resigned. Again, a very powerful, very well played, very well handled game by Karina Georgiou playing black. The game we're going to look at shows that it's not just juniors and young lady players that play this opening, but also from the seniors tournament in Germany in 1998, Bodo Mayer playing white against Frank Werner. Now this game is going to show some themes that we've already seen before, but nonetheless very instructive to see them again. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, f5. We've arrived at our basic Dzindzi Indian position, our start position, and again we're still looking at 6 e3 for white. Okay, knight f6, good move, controlling e4 and g4, bishop d3, queen a5, attacking the c3 pawn, queen c2, d6, vacating the d7 square for both our knight or bishop, knight e2, knight bd7, castles. Now again here, I would probably give slight preference to knight e5. As a rule, when this square is available, it's the preferential choice because it is in the center of the board. However, knight b6 is also good, bishop d2, and now in the game black played bishop d7. A good move, but again, I might give preference since white doesn't have a lot of ways to defend this pawn. Basically, the bishop and the queen. The knight is far, far away, and the rooks are useless. So I would probably give preference to an immediate e5. After d takes e, bishop takes e6, we can already see the pawn is attacked twice by the bishop, by the knight, and after a move like queen b3, then queen a6. And bam, you can see, black has focused 1, 2, 3 attacking units on it. About the only thing white could hope for is something like rook b1. The idea is that if black makes the 3 captures on c4, he might hope to recoup the pawn. But even that is possible because, for example, we could then play bishop takes, queen takes, knight takes with a valuable tempo on the bishop. But the other thematic motif is simply to castle, and that way your pawn is protected, and this pawn on c4 simply is not going anywhere. So again, bishop d7, a good move, but e5 might have been just a touch stronger in terms of grabbing the initiative immediately. Back to the game after bishop d7, rook at f to c1. I'm really not sure what that has to do with the game or the price of tea in China. The pawn on c3 is already defended once, twice, 3 times, and now you're defending it a 4th time. So I'm not sure what the point of rook at f to c1 is. Black continues with the program. Castle's queenside has completed his harmonious development. f3, and now black gets the idea to strike out in the center and gain space, establish, as we've discussed, the nice pawn duo. Notice that he's on the 4th rank, and white is only on the 3rd rank. These pawns control all of these important squares in the center. White plays e4, and now we see the idea behind his f3 move, and black quite correctly plays f4, bypassing the white pawn and continuing to box in the bishops. White plays bishop e1, at least hoping to bring the bishop to life, maybe up to h4, but black, of course, plays g5, and we can see now black is holding his own on the queen side, has more space in the center, and on the king side. After h3, h5, and we can see black has a clear strategic plan. Basically, rook at d to g8 and g4, and come after the white king. King f1, king starts to flee a touch, g4. White gets on with the program. Knight to g1. Now, black takes on h3, gh3, and plays interesting move h4. Let's go back a minute after the immediate h5, king f1, g4. Instead of knight to g1, white could have played bishop to h4. This looks logical. Gets the bishop out from behind his pawns and tries to get back here. Probably the simplest is to play rook h6, and on knight g1, you leave the other rook to come to g8. The idea then is probably you would play knight back to h7, knight to g5, and increase the pressure on the white f3, and increase the pressure on the white h3 and f3 points. Going back to the game, white did in fact retreat knight to g1, trying to give more support to his h3 pawn. After gh3, gh3, black gained even more space with the h4 pawn advance. Bishop f2, rook at d to g1, rook at a to b1, and now the problem here is for black to actually enter the position. Notice that g3 is covered, g2 is covered, and the challenge here is to make meaningful penetration into the white position. Black solved this problem very nicely with a pawn sacrifice. Knight to h5. Offers up his h4 pawn, but his knight gains access to the very nice g3 square. White played queen b2, but again, there's really no threat. Notice how the knight on b6 masks off the file. Rook h7, a little added lateral protection, and also preparing to double rooks. Now again, black could have proceeded with the immediate knight to g3 check. Certainly nothing wrong with that. Probably the king would go to h1, and then a move like knight to h1 even, trapping this bishop and continuing to pile in. In fact, after king over, knight in, position looks pretty promising for the black player. The threat is rook to g2, just pinning and winning practically on the spot. In the game, after rook h7, white decided to go ahead and capture this pawn on h4. Now, of course, this capture allows knight to g3 check, and we have a discovered attack on the bishop as well. So after bishop g3, rook takes g3, and the whole point of the pawn sacrifice is this pawn is absolutely surrounded. It has no chance of survival. We can see black has piled on it 3 times, but the important thing from black's point of view is he has now gained g3 square as access, kind of a jumping off point, if you will, for his pieces. Not surprisingly, with all the white pieces huddled over here on the queen side, that's a lot of firepower over here, and his king over on f1 comes as no surprise. The game only lasts a few more moves. Queen h2, a slightly better defense instead of queen h2 would have been king up. But after rook at h to g7, knight e2, rook g2 check, king e1, after rook at 7 to g3, we can see the black rooks are just powering in, and we don't expect white could survive more than a few more moves here. Go back after queen h2, trying to get some pieces over near his king. After bishop h3 check, knight takes h3. Slightly better defense is king to e1, but then we unpin and open a discovered attack on the queen. After queen f2, we come and pin the knight, king e2, then queen takes a2 check, bishop c2. Note that rook c2 is not possible because this rook is hanging. After bishop c2, the hits just keep on coming with a move like bishop takes e4, f takes e4, queen c4 check, and now you'll notice that this rook is now protecting and covering, so bishop d3 is not possible. After king d2, queen takes c3 check, king e2, rook at h takes g1, rook g1, queen takes c2 check, and basically what you have here is just a house cleaning operation. Queen d3 check, king e1, and rook to e3 check, and that's pretty much the end of the story. The game, unfortunately, after bishop h3, knight h3, rook takes, had a much less exciting finish. White, in fact, in this position, in a form of resignation, played queen takes rook. But we can see, these 2 rooks are just monsters, and they're about to just clean the house along the 3rd rank. In the game, white played queen g3, and after rook takes g3, simply resigned. But of course, in this position, we can see that queen f2, rook takes f3, pins and wins the white queen anyway. If white tries to move his Karm's danger, rook takes f3 check, followed by rook takes d3 check, leaves black a piece and more pawns ahead. So let's do a quick recap. What did we learn from this game? First thing is, against white's fairly passive setup, the immediate strike in the center, e5, would have been very strong. Why? Because if d takes e6, bishop takes e6, 2 attackers, when they defend, bam, you hit him with a 3rd attacker, and white's development has been planned in such a way that he has no other pieces that can actually come to the aid of the pawn on c4. The next important point, when white breaks in the center with e4, black does the bypass operation. This is very important to keep in mind. This keeps these 2 bishops in a blocked position. Remember, bishops like open positions with open diagonals. Knights, when you have the knight pair, that's right, the knight pair can be an advantage. You like a blocked, semi-blocked, or closed pawn structure. Now, one other important point here is white is now losing the game strategically. And in the game, white played passively with bishop e1. Yes, it does have the idea of activating, but of course, as we saw in the game, after g5, the bishop remained passive. What white could have tried here, and you have to be aware of, is a kind of a Trojan horse sacrifice, as I call it, knight to d4. This at least creates some action. And the idea is that after pawn takes, our queen is attacked, and if our queen goes to a4, queen to b2, and suddenly black has some pressure. Queen b2, and suddenly white has some possibilities for attack, moves like c5, moves like pawn takes pawn. The black position could easily come under a bit of pressure, and suddenly this dark squared bishop that was boxed in has potential. So this knight to d4 piece sacrifice is a very important idea, resource for white. Black has to keep it in mind and be on the lookout for it. Now again, after knight takes d4, again, as black, we like the pawn structure the way it is. We don't want to change the pawn structure. Therefore, you just chill out. You play a move, quiet, calm move like king to b8, And then you're ready now to play queen a4 at some point, offer the exchange of queens, and at some point he has to decide what he wants to do with the knight. For example, if the knight continues on to b3, then we can think about whether or not we want to remove it, or whether we want to just back it up, protect our pawn, and then get on with the kingside expansion program. But still, at least his knight would be more actively placed. However, he has to watch out we don't play a3 and trap it at one point. Next item we learned in the game is black built up his kingside attack in very thematic fashion and then crashed through with g4. And then after knight g1, gh, and h4, this was the decisive idea. The idea then is that the knight follows to h5 to g3 check, forcing penetration into the white camp. Overall, a very, very instructive game with a lot of very useful ideas. The game we're going to look at is from Linares in 1997, Antonio Granera Roca against Grandmaster Arnaud Hachard. White plays d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, and f5. A lot of times when I play this, this is the moment where white pauses to go into a bit of a think. Again, 6e3, a bit of a passive approach. Knight f6, bishop d3, d6, and now white uncorks queen a4 check. An interesting idea. Queen a4 check does actually keep our black queen off of the preferred natural normal development square a5. However, after queen a4 check, black calmly completes his development with knight b to d7, and after knight f3, now with the queen off on the queen side, black feels perfectly comfortable in castling with his king to the king side and continuing play. Castles, and now black plays very dynamically. He plays the immediate e6. Also possible in this position would be the barricading plan, as I call it, with knight e5, and after knight takes, pawn takes, queen b5, queen d6, bishop a3 is not too effective because he simply played b6. You're now ready to play moves like bishop d7, moves like e4, moves like knight g4, and black has very good prospects over on the king side. And on the queen side, white's going nowhere, and the bishop on a3 has no future. Going back to the game, black played a very nice idea. He played e6. This is always a very useful idea to keep in mind. And after d takes e6, he opted for knight e5 in this position. Now white could play knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, and after bishop takes e6, black has a very solid game. For example, rook over. We simply put our queen up on e7, and we're ready to expand in the center with e4 if we want, g5 on the king side, or contest the file with rook to d8. After bishop e2, black played bishop takes e6, and he's recovered his pawn, and again he's got two pieces lined up on the white pawn on c4, the knight on e5 and the bishop on e6. Rook d1, pinning the pawn on d6, queen e7 of course getting off the file, and now bishop d2, very, very passive. It was actually a little more logical to actually put the other rook to work on the half-open b file. But nonetheless, black has a very solid game. He could play b6 if he wants, rook over, he could start operations with knight e4, knight to g4. Black has many ideas here. Put one rook on d8 and then play queen to f7 to put more pressure on c4. A lot of good ideas for black. After bishop d2, now black plays a very good idea. This bishop in my mind is already developed and looks like it's already doing a very good job. However, black shows a very nice relocation idea. He plays bishop to d7. After queen to b3, now remember again, we said whenever the white pawn disappears from d5, c6 is a fantastic location. It defends the pawn on b2, and it creates long-term possibilities against the white pawn on g2. So c6 is a very good location for this bishop. A very nice outpost. Defends our weak point on b7 and attacks on g2. After bishop e1, now black started kingside operations. Knight at f to g4. And bam! Suddenly we can see all three black minor pieces are trained on the king side. In fact, white got so desperate here, he decided to mask off the bishop's diagonal with rook to d5. However, let's take a look. Before getting desperate, suppose he exchanged pieces with knight takes e5. Well, queen takes e5 is very powerful because, as we can see, it creates a combined attack on the h2 pawn. Blocking with g3 is hardly advisable, as that would just open up this diagonal even more. In fact, g3 would just lose immediately to queen e4. And there you have it. The threat is already to power in, and what can he do? He plays f3, bam, keep coming in. Queen takes here, check. And you can see the house is basically just caving in. After bishop g4, you would play f takes g4. Now normally you would think the bishop's opposite color, is okay for white, but in a middle game, bishop's opposite color actually enhances the attacker's prospects. For example, after queen c2, rook f5, and suddenly we can see this rook is going to swing over to h5 and create a very powerful attack on h2. Let's say white plays queen d3, hoping that on rook h5 he can play queen takes d6. You simply play rook d8, protect this pawn on d6 with the other rook, and white's very hard to meet plan of rook h5, followed by, threatening the pawn on h2. Note then that if you do reach that position and white plays g3, takes, queen check, king back, and queen h1 would be a mating pattern, a very thematic mating pattern. So we can see why in this position white got desperate and wanted to mask off the power of this beautiful light squared bishop that we have and played rook d5. But what I like that black did here is, rather than just rush to capture the material and go for the immediate gratification of winning the exchange, instead he continued on. Knight takes f3 check, and now, of course, bishop takes would be expected, but instead he played g takes. If bishop takes, knight e5 is very strong, and on bishop e2, then grabbing the exchange and then continuing the attack would be a very, very powerful way to go. Black has a clear advantage, solid exchange up, and still has prospects on the e and f files to continue attack. In the game after g takes f3, black continued with his attacking ideas, knight back to e5, rook at a to d1, hoping for some pressure on the d6 pawn. But black allowed white no relief here. Queen g5 check, king h1, and now a very powerful attacking move, queen to h5. And we can see the black pieces are just focusing, zeroing in on this indefensible f3 point. White brought his king up to try and defend, but after g5, realized the attack is just too strong and actually resigned. Let's take a quick look. For example, after g5, let's suppose he tries to hold fort with h3. You just continue on with takes, with g4, takes, and now, even though it looks like you're pinned, this knight can go ahead and capture, because in reality, he is unable to play rook takes queen because he has a permanent pin, absolute pin as we call it, against the king. And therefore, in this position after knight takes g4, the threat would be simply queen h2 check, and on king back f1, you would be playing rook takes f2 mate or queen h1 mate. So with the attack so powerful, after only 21 moves, the player playing white went ahead and resigned. Absolutely no defense. These two bishops are useless. In fact, they kind of even help box in their own king. The queen over here on the queen side has nothing to do with the game, and the two rooks are paralyzed because of the powerful pin on this bishop. The two rooks are paralyzed because of the powerful pin by this bishop was very nicely posted early on at c6. So let's do a quick recap. What did we learn from this game? Well, going back to this position, white tossed in queen a4 check. He did have the idea of keeping our queen off of a5, but after knight at b to d7, followed by castle's kingside, the queen on a4 didn't really serve any further useful function. The other nice thing that I liked about this game, in addition to the barricading idea with knight e5, I liked the way black played e6, chipping away at the white center right away. After d6, he showed us a nice idea knight e5, and the point being that within a move or two he recovered his pawn and had accelerated his development and got rid of the white pawn on d5. Very nice idea. This was a point that I really thought was especially instructive. With his bishop already well posted and putting pressure on the pawn on c4, black played the very nice relocation maneuver. Bishop d7, queen d3, and then bishop c6. This is an even more powerful diagonal than he was previously on. Protects the pawn on b7, totally kills any chances white has for play on the queen side, and puts pressure on the e4, f3, g2 squares. And in particular, the white pawn on g2 can really begin to feel the pressure. The other move I really like that black played in the game is after knight at f to g4. Suddenly all three minor pieces are zeroing in on the king. Another important moment here is he didn't rush to grab material at the first opportunity, but he continued on with the attack after knight e5, rook over, queen check, and then queen h5, zeroing in on the weak pawn on f3, and then of course after king g2, g5 was just a crushing attack. Black's play in this game was extremely instructive. A nice center break and relocating the bishop to the long diagonal, followed by pressuring the f3 point. Very, very instructive game. Game comes to us from the German Bundesliga. In Germany, they have a very active league, a lot of very strong players, very knowledgeable theoretically, and one of those is a master named Martin Horstmann. In this game, we're going to see he plays black against Matthias Wiehe. The game goes d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, f5, and again, we'll look at a game with 6e3, slightly passive continuation. d6, bishop d3, knight f6, natural development for the knight, controlling e4 and g4, knight f3, queen a5, putting the question to the c3 pawn, and now white plays very enterprising, he castles. So white castles, offering the c3 pawn as bait, and I very much like what black did here. He ignored the offer for the moment and continued focusing on his development with knight at b to d7. But let's take a look. Suppose instead of development, he opted for queen takes c3. Well, probably white would play rook b1, putting the rook on a half-open file, making it difficult to develop this bishop without the b6 pawn being on pre. And then also, he would probably be able to follow with bishop b2, and suddenly we can see after queen a5 that this bishop has a fantastic diagonal. So again, I very much like what black did here. The weak pawns on c3 and c4, they're not going anywhere. Let's focus on getting our pieces developed, getting our king secure. So let's take a look. Queen c2, knight b6, e4. Now this is important. White breaks in the center. This activates the bishop that was blocked in on c1, and it also opens the e-file, which can be very dangerous for black. But after fe, bishop takes e4, knight takes, queen takes, and bishop f5, we have a very thematic type of position that arises quite often. The white pawns on c3 and c4 are under attack and are weak. The black pawn on e7 is very weak. In fact, though, Fritz actually considers black as already being slightly better. After queen h4, very logical, keeping pressure on the e7 point. Black fearlessly grabs the c3 pawn, but notice now he's much further along in development and has the option of castling either direction with his king. White throws in rook e1 with the powerful looking queen takes e7 mate threat, but black now shows one of the key flexibility ideas in the Dzindzi Indian is quite often you want to delay castling until the character of the struggle has developed. Once that happens, then you know whether your king belongs on the queen side, on the king side, or sometimes will be safe enough in the middle. Another plan sometimes is you walk the king over to c7. In this particular instance, with the white queen side already broken down, the black queen having already achieved penetration, and the double threat to a1 and c4, black calmly castles, and we can see. He gives up the e7 pawn, but c4 and a1 need to be tended to. After bishop d2, the rooks now protect each other. Queen takes c4. Not only has black captured the pawn on c4, but the pawn on d5 is now extremely weak and vulnerable. After queen e7, black did in fact capture the pawn on c5. And after queen g7, queen a4, notice how all the black pieces have free reign on the light squares. After queen f7, queen c6, Fritz already considers black as actually 2.5 pawns ahead. He has complete control of the light squares, very safe king, 4-to-1 queenside majority. And in fact, at this point, we'll discontinue this game because it's no longer of particular theoretical or practical interest. White did struggle on to move 49 and finally resigned. Let's do a quick recap. What did we learn from this game? Well, first off, White played the enterprising castles, offering up the c3 pawn as bait. Black very astutely played knight bd7, focusing on development. The next key point is that White did line up and play his e4 break, but after fe, bishop e4, knight e4, queen e4, bishop f5, we've got a very thematic type position where White has multiple pawn weaknesses, Black has one pawn weakness. This type of position tends to favor Black by quite a bit. Continuing on, after queen h4, queen takes c3, rook e1, White did create the powerful, decisive queen takes e7 mate threat, but Black showed flexibility and simply castled. And then White was still left with the problems on c4 and the loose rook on a1 to deal with. The other point that's important to note is that once you do capture this pawn on c4, a lot of times the sister pawn on d5 is very, very weak. And that's pretty much what we saw in this game. The final touch that I like is relocating our queen to c6 so that secures the b7 point, helps with the possibility of rook over to e8 or rook to d7, getting rid of the white queen. And in fact, in this position, rook d7 practically threatens to go ahead and trap the queen, force an exchange of rooks. And it also has possibilities for attacking from a long diagonal. I like this queen c6 location. Really secures our king. So again, a little short, brief example, but after only 19 moves, Black has a completely won game in very instructive fashion. The next game we will look at also comes from the Bundesliga in Germany between Peter Hopner and Uwe Laceres. White plays d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, take on c3 check, b takes c3, f5, and here again White plays the slightly passive e3. Black immediately plays queen a5, attacking the white pawn on c3. White plays queen b3, which I mentioned is one of the better locations, I think, for the white queen. It protects a2, c3, c4, and also potentially hits our pawn on b7. Knight f6, of course, controls the e4 and g4 squares. And now, bishop b2 is what in billiards we would term a miscue. Not sure exactly what White was thinking about when he put this bishop on this square where it's blocked in by its own pawn on c3. Nonetheless, when you play the Dzindzi Indian, people will play these moves that you just sometimes wind up shaking your head at. d6, Black continues on with his program. Bishop d3, knight bd7, and as always, when the knight goes to d7, from there it has the option to continue on to e5 or over to b6, in both cases putting pressure on the white pawn on c4. After knight f3, with the e5 square covered, Black opted for knight to b6. Now note, knight e5, de5 is still a possibility, but knight b6 is also a very good plan. Castles, and now bishop d7. You can see with the bishop development on d7, it already threatens to go to a4 and annoy the white queen. White decides to spin the move backing up with the queen, and after castles, Black is absolutely very happy. He's completed his development, secured his king, and ready to either take action in the center or try for action against the white pawn on c4. After knight d2, Black plays e5. Excellent play, establishing the very powerful pawn duo on e5 and f5, and as we can see, these pawns control a lot of squares in the center. White felt obligated to take pawn takes pawn in passant, but after bishop takes, we can already see Black has two attackers on the c4 pawn. White develops the rook to the half-open file, hoping, maybe some possibility of pressure against the pawn on d6. And now Black plays very nicely, knight to g4. We've seen this maneuver before. The knight threatens to go to e5, putting pressure on the bishop on d3 and the pawn on c4. White preemptively retreats the bishop, and now black centralizes his other rook. After a4, a move I'm not fond of, but it does take control of the a4 square. However, it also creates a potential weakness with the pawn on a4. Black now continues with knight e5, and we can see he's got 1, 2, 3 attackers on the white pawn on c4. Queen to b3 is the only piece white has left to defend the pawn with, but after queen a6, the numbers are in black's favor. As we can see, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces piled on the immobile fixed pawn weakness on c4. White is out of defenders, has no more pieces that can come to the aid of this poor pawn on c4. White makes the most of the situation and tries to offer a queen trade, hoping to either double black's pawns or straighten out his own situation. Black decides to go ahead and put the pawn in his pocket, even though it does mean after queen takes and pawn takes, he does get doubled a pawns, but it's extra. After the knight capture on c4, the white bishop is under attack. It retreats, and black begins nudging forward with his king. Rook e1, and now black goes ahead and takes on d2, and then plays a very nice idea. Note that the white bishop is threatening to recoup the pawn on a6, but when we captured on c4, it's not just the pawn that we capture, but quite often control of the square itself can be just as valuable as the pawn, or in this case, the half a pawn. Black plays a very nice bishop to c4. After the exchange of light-squared bishops, the black knight will rule the c4 square. White plays f3. Let's take a look. Suppose white had played f4, trying to fight for control of the square. Well, after bishop takes on f1, f takes e5. We'll note there that if he just recaptures, then of course knight to c4 is what black wants. And after f takes e5, simple recapture, and we see we expose our rook on the bishop. After king f1, rook d2, black has an extra pawn on the king side, an extra half pawn on the queen side, a closer king for the endgame, and control of the d-file, a completely winning rook ending. So let's go back to the game. After f3, bishop takes f1, king f1, rook b8, taking control of the b-file. White now plays e4. This is a mistake. In principle, it's a good idea because he's trying to create some scope and possibilities for his bishop. However, white plays knight c4, a very timely attack on the bishop on c2. And this is very unpleasant for white. He moves the bishop, trying to stay active. Note that had he retreated the bishop back to c1, after fe, rook b3, white is very hard-pressed to defend the pawn on c3. In the game, after bishop f4, which is a mistake, f takes e4, f takes e4. Black scored the knockout punch with the quiet move rook to f8, creating the deadly pin, an absolute pin, if you will, on the bishop on f4 against the white king on f1. White, in fact, resigned. If white protects the bishop with g3, then of course black simply attacks it with g5 and wins the pin piece. Going back to when black captured on e4, had white tried to take with a rook, it would have been basically the same result. Rook takes, pawn takes, the other rook swings over, applying the pin on the f-file, and again after g3, the simple g5, attacking the pinned piece. So back to the final position of the game. Let's do a quick recap and summary. What did we learn from this game? Well, against white's fairly passive setup, the black counterstrike in the center with e5, establishing the powerful pawn duo and controlling several squares across the center, is a very, very good plan. And after d takes e6, bishop takes e6, black already had 2 attackers on the white pawn on c4. After the further maneuver knight to g4, and then back to e5, black had 3 attackers, and with the drop back queen move, queen a6, he now had 4 attackers on the white pawn on c4. The other part of this game that I thought was very instructive was a bit later. After some exchanges, the very nice motif bishop to c4. By exchanging light squared bishops, black takes total control of the c4 square, which we saw at the decisive moment of the game, knight to c4 attacking the bishop. And then, of course, the final touch was the powerful decisive pin on the white bishop. The last game we will look at with the 6e3 variation comes from the Bundesliga between Robert Geisler and Axel Stefan. Let's take a look. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes on c3 check, b takes c3, f5. And again, as mentioned, 6e3. Black plays knight f6, as we've seen, controlling the e4 and g4. Bishop d3, d6, knight e2, queen a5, again, putting pressure on the pawn on c3. Castles, knight bd7. And now, seeing that the black knight could go to e5, and from there, of course, pressure the bishop on d3 and the pawn on c4, white plays the positionally dubious f4. Now, it's true this does keep the knight off of e5. However, as we've seen, the knight has a very good home on b6, and white, meanwhile, irreparably weakens the e4, the g4, and the e3 squares. Black plays knight to b6, and after bishop d2, immediately plays e6, chipping away at the white center. Note how the d5 pawn is under tremendous pressure. And now, this is one of those moments you have to watch for. Normal play you would expect would be d takes e6, bishop takes e6, an immediate attack on the pawn, but then after queen to b3, queen to a6, white has trouble defending this pawn on c4, and possibly, as we mentioned before, more importantly, the c4 square itself. For example, queen b5 check. Black could even duck with his king, king f7, and after queen a6, ba6, rook b1, hoping that if black captures to come into b7, of course, black would simply play rook at h to b8, and next move he's ready to pluck the pawn on c4. This is very typical, very thematic play. So e6 is a very, very timely and very strong idea. White, realizing that things were going downhill, plays, as is often the case, a kind of a kamikaze, g4. And again, I tend to be very skeptical of such moves, but nonetheless, there are people out there that do play chess like this, and even more so, once they realize things have deteriorated strategically, they suddenly come out with these wild, crazy, violent flings. So, the most important thing when confronted with something like this, and it quite often happens at some point during a game when you're winning with black, is to remain calm, understand what the danger is, what is white trying to achieve. Now in this case, black plays very well. He simply captures the pawn on g4. Now white does get in his e4 break, and it does look pretty impressive. He's got all these pawns up here in the center, but black's not without his resources to fight against him. In the game, black went ahead and backed up the knight and offered more support to the f5 point. Had he been so inclined, black could have also played f takes e4, bishop e4, and knight takes c4. We can see the two knights now combine to possibly deliver a fork on the e3 square, and we can see a lot of the white center has already disappeared. In fact, after de6, bishop e6, black stands quite well. For example, bishop b7, rook b8, bishop c6 check. You could even interpose your bishop, and after bishop takes, king takes, rook f3 to protect against the fork, rook e8, we can see black is absolutely fully developed. Okay, the king on d7, you have to be a little careful, but the white pieces are not coordinated to really mount any kind of serious attack. Another possibility after knight to h6 would have been knight to g3. But then, long castling, and again, you create your threat to go ahead and give a fork. You might play d5 to go ahead and consolidate your knight, and protecting the b7 point with rook d7 is no big problem. The other possibility was e takes d5, e takes d5, and then simply castling on the king side, where again, you're pretty safe. The white center has been broken up, and black has some very nice light squares to operate on. But black played knight back to h6, also, barricading in. After knight g3, castled, securing his king, and after e takes f5, e takes f5, still has an extra pawn with a very favorable structure. White played queen e2, hoping to generate some play and some penetration with queen e7, and black very nicely simply developed his bishop. His point being that after queen e7, attacking the pawn on d6, he simply offered to sacrifice the pawn, mobilizes queen rook with rook at a to e8, and now white backed out with queen h4. Let's take a look. Suppose white had grabbed the pawn on d6. Well, knight f7, getting the knight back into play, attacking the queen. Queen over to f6, and now a move like queen a4. And we can see white doesn't really have any pieces that are in touch with this weak pawn on c4. After, say, rook at f to b1, black could even go ahead and capture the pawn on c4. Note, this also attacks the bishop on d2. After bishop takes, queen takes, rook b7 would be a bit of a blunder, because the cute retreat knight to d8 puts a discovered attack on the white queen and an attack on the white rook. This would net black a serious material advantage. So after the excellent rook at a to e8, the white queen decided to vacate the camp and go ahead and attack the black knight. And now the knight charges forward, because from here has possibilities of f6 or e3. After rook at f to e1, now black played very nice. Queen to a3 threatens to penetrate to b2 and attack the bishop on d2 and keep an eye on the rook on a1. After rook e1 takes on e8, rook takes on e8, and h3, black no longer bothered simply retreating his knight or moving his knight. Instead, what he banked on was a counterattack with queen to b2. In the game, white played h takes g4, sacrificing the rook in the corner. But let's see if he'd played a more normal-looking rook to d1, basically defending both pieces that are under attack. Knight to e3, bishop e3, rook e3, and say a move like knight f1, trying to kick the black rook out. Well, the smart move here would be to play rook all the way back to e8, and then, for example, after queen f6, collect the pawn on a2. White can now take this pawn on d6, but after queen b3, the pawn on c3 and the rook on d1 are both under attack, and on rook c1, black has the excellent bishop a4, so that after queen c5, queen b2 does a beautiful job of trapping the white rook. Notice the point of the bishop on a4 is that it covers the c2 and the d1 squares. So going back after queen b2, white played h takes g4, hoping that with his bishops and his knight and his pawn maybe to generate some play against the black king. However, after queen a1 check, king g2, queen b1, very nice double attack, hitting the bishop on d2 check and the pawn on g4, white again reached that kamikaze moment and went bishop takes f5. However, black simply played queen takes d2 check, king h3, and then collected the pawn on f4, noting that his bishop on d7 is defended, and we can see black is one pawn ahead and the exchange ahead and still has the better structure and the safer king. Therefore, white resigned. Excellent example of cool-headed defense by the player playing black. Let's take a look at the recap. Well, the first moment I like in this game is where black broke in the center and took advantage of the lack of coordination or support for the center of the white pieces and immediately went after the spearhead pawn on d5. I also like that after the kamikaze g4, black very calmly took the pawn and on e4 backed up and just secured his barricade. The other point I like here was how he castled to secure his king, and then a few moves later, after queen e2, he simply played bishop d7 so that he could meet queen e7 with rook at a to e8, offering the pawn sacrifice. Another key moment in the game was queen a3 preparing penetration to b2. We saw that, in fact, a few moves later when his knight was attacked, black penetrated to b2, attacking the white bishop on d2 and the unprotected rook on a1. And then the final touch, when white went kamikaze, black again maintained his composure, simply took the bishop with check, and then took the pawn on f4, leaving himself with a clear material advantage, safer king, and a completely winning game with absolutely no chances whatsoever for the white player. And white resigned. The variation we will look at is also a pawn move. Very popular, something you might meet quite frequently, 6g3. So let's take a look. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, and f5. We've arrived again at our basic fundamental starting position of the Dzindzi Indian. And of course, as we mentioned, the pawn on f5 helps to control e4 and g4. One plan that we've seen quite frequently for white is 6g3. And in reference to g3, of course, white is looking to put his bishop on g2. So I have to very much agree with the founder and inventor of the Dzindzi Indian, Roman Dzindzi. Let's take a look at what he had to say. Roman points out that the white pawn on c4 is fixed. It's barricaded, it's blockaded, it's not going anywhere. And from white's point of view, he has three potential defenders of this pawn: the queen, the bishop, and the knight. So when white plays g3, obviously looking to play bishop g2, he immediately removes the most natural defender of the weak pawn on c4. In addition, a plan with g3 is generally associated. So in addition, a plan associated with g3, of course, is followed with bishop g2, and generally associated that after black plays d6, white normally plays his knight to, say, h3 or f3, and then on to f4, g5, and on to e6. The purpose of this is that at some point, if black feels obligated to capture, the white bishop on g2 suddenly has a very nice long open diagonal after, of course, d5 recaptures on e6. However, this whole plan with the bishop on the diagonal and the knight going to e6 takes away two of the three potential defenders of the weak pawn on c4. For black's part, how should we play? Well, queen a5. Since there's no immediate threat on the king side, queen a5, immediately putting pressure on the white pawn on c3, is a very good start. We continue with our normal development: d6, knight f6, knight b to d7, knight b6, bishop d7, and then at some point we are able to drop back with our queen and immediately put pressure on the pawn on c4. Normally we develop castle queenside to secure our king, and then we have the possibility of playing e6, putting pressure on the white d5, c4 pawns. Now it's also important to note that quite often white on his part will castle queenside. It's also important to note quite often that white will castle kingside. When he does, h5 is a very powerful plan. The idea there is that after white has made a few moves, normal, typical moves, is that when we play h5, we threaten to play h4 and start to come after the white king by opening the h-file. And then white quite often has the unpleasant choice. In order to stop our advancing h-pawn, he can advance his own pawn 2 squares. White has an unpleasant choice. In order to stop our advancing h-pawn and potential opening of the h-file, he can advance his own h-pawn 2 squares. However, that puts yet another pawn on the color of his own dark squared bishop. So, as we've discussed, the counterplay against the pawn on c4 offers black tremendous possibilities, and therefore it comes as no surprise that in the ChessBase 2010 mega database of 4.5 million games, white achieved very poor results with 6g3. In fact, white only scored 27%. Therefore, after familiarizing yourselves with the games that we will look at, the ideas, the strategy, and keeping in mind play against the c4 pawn, keeping in mind the h5 attacking idea on the king side, with black, you will get very, very good counterplay and, we believe, excellent winning chances. One of my favorite games in the 6g3 Dzindzi Indian comes from the Chicago Open 1996. Wayne Barclay is playing white, and Master Ikiuchi is playing black. Let's take a look. d4, c5. A little bit unusual move order. d5, g6, c4, bishop g7, bishop g7, knight c3, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, and f5, and we have arrived at our basic Dzindzi Indian start position. g3, and now queen a5. I like this. Immediately, since there's no threats on the king side, putting the question to the pawn on c3. Queen c2, normal square for the white queen. Knight f6, again, the knight on f6 covers e4 and g4. Bishop g2, following through on the fianchetto. d6, preparing to develop our queenside pieces. Knight f3, knight bd7, and now knight back to d2. Now normally this knight goes to g5 and on into e6. However, here white puts the knight on d2, protects the pawn on c4, and prepares the advance with e2 to e4. However, notice that the knight on d2 also boxes in the bishop on c1. Black continues with knight to b6, castles, and completes his development with bishop d7, rook b1. Now rook b1 is an interesting move. Black completes his development with bishop d7. White plays rook b1, putting the rook on the half-open file and hoping for some activity. And now here, black played bishop a4. Certainly, the immediate queen a6 putting pressure on c4 is quite okay. With bishop a4, white decides to put his queen up to d3, and now the point is that the d7 square has been vacated for the knight to come to e5, where we see it would immediately attack the queen on d3 and the pawn on c4. White plays f4, again keeping the knight off of e5, but as we noticed before, this weakens the g4, e4, and e3 squares. Black continues the development and, very importantly, connects the rooks and secures the king. Rook e1, this prepares the e4 advance. The knight comes back to f6 to contest the e4 advance, and now bishop h3. This is a bit over finesse, pinning the black f-pawn against the king on c8 and hoping to give even more juice to the e4 advance. However, the immediate e4 should have been played, and after fe, knight e, bishop d7, queen e2, rook at hd8, black is completely centralized, white has pawn weaknesses, this bishop is blocked in, this bishop does not have a lot of activity, black has a slight edge. Going back to the game though, after this finesse bishop h3, this did nothing more than encourage the bishop to come back to neutralize the d7 to h3 diagonal. White now became a little concerned about the pawn on a2 being attacked, and went ahead and secured it with a timid-looking a3. Black backed up the queen and put the pressure back on the c4 pawn. This makes it much more difficult now for white to execute the intended e4 advance. So white instead played rook b3, but this seems like a bit of a strange location for the rook. And now black played a very important idea, h5. This immediately threatens to play h4 and open the pawn, and it's very awkward for the bishop on h3 and the pawn on h2 to get out of the way. White preemptively got his bishop off the h-file, but then after h4, black's well on the way to opening the h-file. White finally plays the thrust e4, but probably about 3 or 4 moves too late. However, he does have the plan to continue expanding on with e5. Black opens the h-file, and then with rook h7, shows that he feels the open h-file is going to be more important than the advancing white pawn down the e-file. In fact, after e5, the black knight just scooted on a nice g4 square, and after e6, the bishop scooted on over to a4, attacking the rook on b3. The rook dropped back to b2, and the pawn wall from c4 to e6 looks very impressive. However, notice all the black's pieces have squares, and the base of the pawn chain on c4 is actually under attack. Even more importantly, the h-file is open, and the knight on g4 and rook on h7 cooperate very nicely, as can be seen with the nice tactic, rook h1 check, exclamation point, nice shot. Obviously, king takes h1, knight f2 check is a royal fork, so After rook h1 check, white moved up with the king, and now another powerful shot. Knight takes d5. And of course, the first point is that queen takes d5 is met by rook at d to h8, knight f3, bishop c6, queen d2, and rook to h2 mate, thanks to the beautiful pin on the c6 to g2 diagonal. Gorgeous cooperation among the black pieces, the knight, the two rooks, the bishop. So going back, after this powerful shot knight takes d5, white felt obliged to play c takes d5, but then queen takes d3 introduces us to another pin. And after bishop d3, rook e1, the two pins have netted black a pawn and the exchange for a completely decisive material advantage. However, the other aspect is the total lack of coordination among the white forces, which we see after rook b1, rook h8. Suddenly the other rook comes into the game, knight f1, and now beautiful deflection move, c4. This is very nice, as bishop takes c4 would allow bishop c2, rook a1, bishop e4, king g1, and rook h1 mate. Gorgeous cooperation, especially on the light squares by the black forces. After c4, note, black also had another very nice way of displaying the total cooperation. He could have hammered the center with rook takes e6. Very unusual to see a rook sacrifice after the queens are off the board. d, bishop c6 check, bishop e4, bishop takes e4, king g1, and again the same rook to h1 mating pattern. But c4 was a very nice way to do the job. White could find nothing better than bishop d2, offering to exchange rooks, and after rook takes, bishop takes, now we see a new point. The black king suddenly comes up into the game. Keep in mind that in the endgame, the king is a valuable piece, probably worth about 3.5 points in attacking power. And in the Dzindzi Indian, when we are castle queenside, a lot of times our king has a very quick road into the queenside, as we will see in this game. Bishop c1, king b6, already preparing to come to c5, knight e3, rook h2 check, king g1, and now rook e2. The rook suddenly asserts its dominance over the minor white pieces. Now if knight takes g4, rook check, king f1, and rook takes c1, and we see that white has his two remaining pieces under attack. Therefore, after rook e2, white played knight takes c4 check, but this just brings the black king further up the board. And now knight back to b2, counterattacking the bishop on a4. Black changed bishops with rook check, king up, and rook takes c1. And now after knight a4 check, king c4, white actually resigned. Let's take a look. If bishop a2 check, king d3, threatens b5, or even better, rook c2 check, and after knight e2 check, king up, knight a4, king d4, black again threatens rook c2 check, and after bishop b3, b5 simply traps the knight on the edge of the board. As we can see, knight back, and then you would have a choice of either king into c3 or rook to b1, in either case winning a piece. So after king c4, white appropriately resigned. Let's have a quick recap and take a look. With the knight on d2 and the bishop on h3, black launched the very powerful h5 advance. This immediately forces open the h-file and creates an exposed situation for the white king. The next important point is that when white did finally execute his e4 advance, black simply opened the h-file and then with rook h7 exclamation point showed that the open h-file was going to be more important than the advancing pawn. And in fact, after e5, knight g4, e6, bishop a4, the pawns did indeed look very impressive on c4, d5, and e6, but in reality, white's position was ripe for the taking. And after rook h1 check, king up, and then knight takes d5, another powerful blow based on light square control and pins. And we saw a very nice point of the pin here was that after cd5, queen takes d3 because of the pin. Another very instructive point about this would have been later Well, in fact, what happened in the game, c4 was very nice deflection play, but also the motif rook takes, d takes, bishop check, and then this mate on the light squares shows the total coordination on the light squares and shows the black pieces working together very efficiently. And then the last point that I think is extremely instructive about this game is the role that the king plays. As we saw, the king starts walking up the board, and in a few moves the king winds up playing a decisive role in helping to trap some of the white pieces. So again, important points to remember: the opening of the h-file, the tactical combinations with rook h1 check and knight f2 check, the shot knight takes d5, and the black king coming up the board in the endgame. All very, very useful ideas to keep in mind. The next game we will look at with 6g3 shows that even young lady players can be extremely dangerous with the Dzindzi Indian, and shows how easy it is to play. This game comes from the girls under 20 qualifier tournament in Germany. It's between Sandra Schultz playing white and Yvonne Loesch playing black. Let's take a look. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, f5. Again, we have arrived at our starting position for the Dzindzi Indian. g3, and now again, queen a5. I think this is absolutely appropriate, as we saw in the last game, immediately putting the question to white as to what he wants to do, or in this case, what she wants to do about defending her c3 pawn. In this game, white plays queen to d3, and I personally consider this to be a bit of a dubious location for the queen, because after d6 and knight d7 to e5, the queen is in the natural path of the black knight. So black did in fact play d6, and after bishop g2, knight to f6, bishop d2, and now knight d7, and we can already see the knight threatens to come to e5, and then it will be attacking the queen on d3 and the pawn on c4. White, realizing that potential, eliminates the knight e5 maneuver, but again, as we've mentioned, this f4 advance does weaken g4, e4, and e3 squares. And in addition, let's keep in mind that it also blocks in, the white bishop on d2. Black continues with knight to b6, already threatening queen a4, surrounding the pawn on c4. White plays e3, but now we can see yet another pawn is on the color of the poor bishop. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns that white has now placed on the color of her dark squared bishop. Bishop d7, black continues the normal program of development. Knight h3, queen a4, putting pressure on the c4 pawn. We can already see black is attacking it once and twice. Bishop f1, this undevelopment move is really the only choice white has for defending the pawn. And after castle, black has completed her development, connected her rooks, and is ready for central action with e6 or e5. Knight to g5, the little one-move threat of knight f7 fork has to be watched out for. However, black simply defends against this one-move threat, and in a few moves will be able to kick the knight away when ready. White voluntarily hops right in with knight to e6. And again, now this does fork the two rooks on f8 and d8. But again, this was one of the big discoveries by Roman Dzindzi, is that once white arrives at d6 with a knight, the game doesn't end. Black can either capture this knight or, in some cases, work around the knight. Now in this case, because of the knight fork, it is necessary to capture. However, note that after takes, black is still remaining with two rooks developed, two knights developed, and an active queen. White, on the other hand, only has this bishop, and if you can call that development, on d2, where it's stuck in behind its pawns on c3 and e3, and the queen is really serving more of a defensive nature on d3, and the white queen is also kind of being x-rayed a bit by the black rook. So in fact, black continued with knight e4, and we can only marvel at the beautiful centralization that black has after bishop e2 and then d5. Beautifully done. In fact, black's position is so dominant in the center and so powerful that white studied the position for a while and, in fact, even though it's only move 17, actually resigned. Let's take a look. After d5, suppose Well, first off, what's the threat? The threat is simply to capture, and then we can see the queen and bishop are on a line here together, okay? So, let's say white plays rook d1, trying to give support. After queen takes a2, queen to b1, you could trade queens, takes, knight takes, bishop takes, pawn takes. Now, never mind the fact that black is already 2 pawns ahead with more bait on the table on e6, but after bishop c1, knight takes c3 attacks the rook, rook a1 and rook d1 check is a complete disaster as the rook on h1 falls, in addition to the 3-pawn deficit. Let's go back and take a look. After d5, powerful central breakthrough. Bishop to c1, trying to retreat the bishop and get it out of harm's way. Again, similar action. B takes c4, queen b1, knight takes c3, queen b2, rook d1 check, bishop takes, queen takes, king f2, queen takes h1, white recovers the knight on c3, small comfort, but after queen h2 check, we can see white is already 3 pawns down, the g3 pawn is falling, the king is exposed, the white pieces are still in the box, again, a complete disaster. So going back, after this powerful d5 break, we can see why, after contemplating the position for a while, white felt compelled to resign. So let's do a quick recap summary. As mentioned, g3 already takes away one of the natural defenders from c4. Therefore, I personally am not a big fan of g3 for white, but it is the kind of move that you run into from time to time. A move or two later with queen d3. In principle, I don't think the d3 location is a good location because, as we saw, after d6, knight f6, bishop d2, and then knight d7, the black knight is already threatening to come up and attack the pawn on c4 and the queen on d3. Therefore, I'm not personally in love with the white queen being located on d3. It just seems to be right in the natural path of the black knight. Another point to keep in mind is white's knight to h3. This takes yet another defender far, far away from the pawn on c4. Therefore, it's not surprising after queen a4, bishop f1, white already experienced difficulty defending his pawn on c4. And then the last really big important point, this d5 breakthrough. Absolutely devastating, powerful. The queen on d3, the bishop on d2, all lined up opposite the rook on d8, just made for very nice targets for black. In fact, was so powerful in this case, white even resigned. Again, a very, very instructive game where the young lady playing black looked like a grandmaster in this game. The next game we will look at, where white employs the g3 system, is between Adam Szkrzebini and Vladimir Ochotnik. This was played in Hungary in 1996. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3, check, b takes c3, and f5. Now again, white plays g3, which, as mentioned, the knight, the bishop, and the queen are the 3 defenders of the c4 pawn. And once you play bishop to g2, you're taking away the most natural defender. White plays queen a5. White has a very natural plan. White wants to play queen a5, d6, knight f6, knight bd7, knight b6, bishop d7, queen a6, castles, and then either e5 or e6 and chip away. Also, sometimes h5 is a very useful plan. So let's go back. After g3, black played queen a5, hitting the c3 pawn. White played queen b3. As mentioned, one of the better queen deployments for white. Defends the a2, c3, and c4 pawns, and keeps an eye on the black pawn on b7. d6, bishop g2, knight d7, and now white plays knight h3. This obviously envisions going either to f4 or to g5, and then possibly on into e6. However, as noted, now the bishop and the knight are both far, far away from defending the pawn on c4. After knight d6, white takes advantage of the opportunity to exchange queens, and after queen takes and pawn takes, it seems indeed that he has managed to straighten out his queenside pawns, which he has. However, after knight f6, the d5, b5 pawns are vulnerable, and the c4 square is still weak. Knight f4, and now white plays in very forceful, very interesting style with g5, kicking the knight away and looking to collect the pawn on d5. An alternative method for dealing with this type of position where the early queen exchange has happened is bishop d7, touching up the pawn on b5, which is a bit extended. If rook b1, then g5 is very powerful. After a4, a6 is a very important point to note. It's key for black to attack these pawns before white gets fully developed, brings his other rook over, and deploys his pieces behind him. As it is, they're overextended. For example, now, note that a5 is just cleverly met by a takes b5, and the pin on the a file simply wins one pawn, followed by knight c4, probably will collect a second. After a6, if b takes a6, then simply rook takes a6, and suddenly the pawn on a4 is quite weak and vulnerable. For example, after a5, knight c4, and white no longer is able to defend the pawn on a5. However, after knight f4, Ochotnik saw another method for pressing the initiative. He played g5, fighting very strongly to try and remove the pawn from d5. White played knight e6, threatening the fork on c7 and threatening the pawn on g5. Black now played knight at f takes d5. This knocks the support out from under the knight, covers the fork, and threatens the c3 pawn. After bishop d5, note that the immediate knight takes g5 is met quite nicely by knight takes e3, and the attempt to pin with bishop to b2 looks very promising, but knight at b to a4 deals with it quite nicely by protecting our knight and attacking the bishop. After bishop d5, knight d5, note the white knight is under attack, knight takes g5, knight takes c3. This attacks the pawn on b5. Bishop to b2, and it appears black is in trouble. The pin on c3 against the rook on h8 looks deadly. However, black has calculated it very nicely, and what follows is very reminiscent of a nice ballet. Rook to g8. The little sidestep attacks the loose white knight. Knight takes h7, and at least now white, to his credit, has a passed h-pawn. White probably, though, should have accepted bishop takes c3, rook g5, and just admit that he is a pawn down, and the opening has been a complete failure. But instead, after knight takes h7, knight a4. This is another nice tempo on the bishop. Note that the bishop has no squares along the diagonal, and therefore has to back it up, undeveloped. Note that rook b1 is also not a good idea because knight takes b2, rook takes b2, and rook g7, and this little intruder on h7 is trapped. After knight a4, bishop c1, now bishop d7 is quite nice because, again, the overextended pawn on b5 is very easy for black to exploit. White plays h4, pins his hopes on his outside passed h-pawn. Bishop takes b5. This also hits the pawn on e2, and now suddenly we notice black has a very nice queenside majority. h5, knight c3, bishop b2. White decides to sacrifice the e-pawn and get his bishop back to work on the long diagonal to help support the passed h-pawn. Knight takes e2, h6, and I have to say, when I first saw this game, I'm like, that guy on h6 looks pretty scary. After all, he's 2 pawns away from promotion, and he's supported long range by a bishop and a rook. In fact, this pawn on h6 is actually quite powerful now. But first things first, black uses his outpost with knight d4 to block off the long diagonal. This is a theme that we will see time and time again. The knight on d4 supported by the pawn on c5 quite often can block off this bishop. White now plays knight to g5, and after rook takes g5, h7, the pawn cannot be stopped from promoting. However, no worries. Black simply plays king d7, and after h8 equals queen, takes, rook takes. Now black has 3 pawns and a knight for a rook. So clearly a huge advantage. And could simply play knight c2 check, king d2, knight takes, bishop takes, with a very easy technical win. However, fairly short on time after the previous complications, black played f4. And after rook b1, note that gf4, knight f3, king d1, rook g2 leads to a very strong attack as the pieces are beginning to converge. Notice that black only needs to play bishop d3 and rook takes on f2, and then suddenly the threat would be rook f1 mate. After rook b1, black played rook e5 check, king d2, rook e2 check, and here, after king c3, amazingly enough, black took on f2 and missed simply rook c2 mate. This, of course, would have been a fitting end to the game. Nonetheless, after rook takes f2, one hardly need feel sorry for black, because after g takes f4, rook takes f4, rook e1, e5, white, facing 4 pawns for only the exchange, went ahead and resigned. Again, a very interesting, very well-calculated game by Vladimir Ochotnik. Let's do a quick recap. White played g3. Black played queen a5. Black's plan, of course, is d6, knight f6, knight bd7, knight b6, bishop d7, queen a6, castles, and e6. After queen a5, white played queen b3, one of the better queen deployments. After black played knight b6, white took advantage of the opportunity to exchange queens, and after queen takes, pawn takes, undoubled his pawns. However, being so far back in development and with such extended pawns, after knight f6 we can see the pawn on d5 is already attacked twice. The pawn on b5 also is weak, and the c4 square is weak. So the exchange of queens, while it does straighten out white's pawns, does not necessarily solve all of his problems on the queen side. After knight f4, the thematic way to play would be bishop d7, exploiting this pawn, and on a4, a6 is a very powerful move to keep in mind. In the game after knight f4, Ochotnik played a very well-calculated sequence that gained him a clear plus. He played g5, very forceful, very strong. After knight e6, he plucked the proud center pawn and covered the knight fork, and undermined the support for the knight. White had nothing better than bishop takes, and knight takes, but then, amazingly enough, he was able to pluck the pawn on c3, not fearing the pin because he had the beautiful sidestep, the delicate touch, rook g8, hitting the knight. After knight h7, knight a4 continued the fight for the initiative, and after bishop c1, bishop d7 exploited the advanced pawn on h5. White, to his credit, tried to work up some counterplay with his h-pawn, and indeed, supported by the rook on h1 and the bishop on b2, it looked very dangerous. But an important tactical resource to keep in mind for black is the knight d4 motif, using the knight, supported by the c-pawn, to mask off this bishop's long diagonal. After knight g5, rook g5, h7, black simply stepped up king d7, bringing his king up for the endgame, and after h8, rook h8, rook h8, black had already 3 pawns and a knight for a rook with a winning game. From there, the matter of how to win was either knight c2, check, or f4, as in the game, is simply a matter of choice. Again, a couple of very nice ideas for black in this game. He actually allowed the queen exchange, but as we saw with knight f6, bishop d7, the weak white pawns on d5 and b5, white still had not solved all of his problems. The next game we will look at with 6g3 is between Saleh, played in South Africa, and the French Grandmaster Arnaud Hachard. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, Bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, f5. Again, our basic Dzindzi Indian position. White plays g3, black plays knight f6, good move, bishop g2, and then of course queen a5, putting the question to the white pawn on c3. Queen c2, normal looking developing move for the queen, d6, knight f3, knight bd7, castles, and with the e5 square contested by the white knight, black chooses the knight b6 route. This of course puts immediate pressure on the pawn on c4. White, instead of going for the knight to g5 and knight to e6 plan, white drops the knight back to d2 where it defends the pawn on c4. Black continues with his development, bishop d7, and after rook b1, castles, completes his development and connects his two rooks. White now plays rook e1 and shows that he's planning to play the e4 push. He's played very sensibly, and this looks like a sensible plan. Black now plays rook at hde8. It's good to note that the plan of h5, in principle against the fianchetto position, is also a very good plan. It highlights the potential action against the white king and prepares the threat of h4, opening the file. But rook at hde8, centralizing the rook and anticipating white's e4, is also a very good move. So rook e8 is definitely a good centralizing move. Note the very nice impression that the completely centralized coordinated black pieces make. And in fact, it's also worth noting that e4 now proves to not work out so well, because after fe, knight takes e4, knight takes c4, queen b3, threatening mate and the knight simply retreats back to b6, and it's hard to see what white has really accomplished for the pawn that he sacrificed. So going back after queen d3, black now takes the opportunity to lurch forward in the center himself with his e-pawn, and he establishes the dynamic pawn duo on e5 and f5. Good to note also, though, that knight to g4 was also strong. Threatens the knight e5, again harassing the queen on d3 and the pawn on c4. For example, after f4, then e5, de6, rook e6 also looks very promising for black. For example, h3, knight back. After some move by white, bishop c6 is very strong. Simple rook d8, king c7, and white could very easily wind up in a very passive position. But e5 is very strong, very powerful continuation. White opts for e4. Note that de6, rook e6, e4 simply runs into the pin, and suddenly black has 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces focused, and he's ready to play bishop to c6 as well, and this pin on the rook on e1 just proves very powerful. So after e4, black now switches gears and plays rook to f8. Notice that snatching the pawn on a2 would be a mistake, because after rook to b3, suddenly the black queen finds herself in danger. We always have to be cognizant of this rook trying to trap this queen. After rook f8, white plays bishop to h3. However, it would have been preferable to go ahead and play rook b3 and threaten to annoy the black queen. Then either knight a4, or knight back and queen back and knight up, or possibly bishop a4. Any of these continuations would have been logical. But after bishop h3, f takes e4, this simply forces the exchange of light squared bishops, which is to black's benefit, because again, remember, the light squared bishop is one of the natural defenders of the pawn on c4. So in fact, after bishop takes, rook takes, knight takes, and knight takes, and rook takes, another defender of the pawn on c4 has been exchanged. So now black feels quite bold in taking the pawn on a2 and attacking the rook and the pawn and the f2 point. Suddenly, the queen on a2 is not a victim and potentially looking to be trapped, but is suddenly a very, very active piece. After rook b2, the queen retreats, still keeping an eye on the pawn on c4. After bishop h6, black now plays the sparkler rook to f3. This is a beautiful deflection motif, which deflects the white queen from some key squares like b1, and after queen f3, queen a1 check, king up, queen b2, black has basically forced the exchange of a pair of rooks and cleared the path for his a-pawn to march up the board. So it's amazing, in only 23 moves, black has achieved a completely winning endgame. It's now just a matter of executing. White plays queen e3, but this allows black to go ahead and put more pressure on the f2 pawn and put his rook on the open file. White now plays a very cute rook to f4, returning the rook sacrifice complement from earlier in the game. The point being that, of course, e takes, queen e8 check, king up, queen takes, knight takes, and then bishop takes, and he's managed to collect another pawn, or recover his previous pawn. This pawn is under attack, but the a pawn is going, but the d pawn is very weak. So instead, black plays very calm, very collected, and again, this is important. When you get hit with an unexpected tactical shot, it's very important to remain calm, to assess the position objectively. And that's what black does in this situation. He says, okay, it's fancy, it's cute, it's tactical, but I'm looking just to exchange rooks because I have the winning a-pawn in hand. So, and that's what he does. He exchanges and then captures the c-pawn with a hit on the white queen. After queen h3 check, king c7, f takes e5, knight takes e5, black has actually managed to collect a second pawn. Bishop f8, white tries for some counterplay, attacking the pawn on d6, and threatening queen takes h7 check as well. Black now very alertly understands that the key to winning this position is to deal with white's counterplay. And he does that by centralizing his queen. This gives the knight on e5 more protection. It brings the queen into better position to defend her own king, and it also begins to create possible threats against the white king. After bishop takes d6 check, after queen e2, now white could play queen h7 check, but then the quick duck step, and after bishop d6 check, queen f3 check, king f1, queen d1, king g2, queen d5, this nice triangulation move nets the white bishop, and thus the game. Therefore, after queen e2, bishop d6 check, king takes, queen e6 check, king c7, and now we can really appreciate the beauty of the centralizing queen move as our knight on e5 has some much needed support. White plays d6 check, trying to get his pawn rolling. Black very calmly steps up into the discovered check with king c6, and after d7, king c7, white saw he wasn't really getting anywhere and appropriately enough resigned. For example, if d8 equals queen, king takes, queen check, knight d7 covers all the important check squares. This is why when I worked with Karpov and his team, one of my very good friends on the team, international master Mikhail Podgayets, he referred to the knight in such positions as the stopper, because the knight on d7 covers the b8, f8, and f6 check squares, totally stymies the white's queen's efforts at attacking. So after king c7, there's really no progress to report here. The king is exposed, black is a piece ahead and a pawn, and the d7 pawn is going nowhere. Let's do a quick recap. With 13 rook e1, white is developed logically and looks prepared to play e4. Black could play h5 and go for the h-file action, or in the game, as black played rook at a to e8, preparing to meet e4 with fe, knight e, and knight takes c4, when white, after queen b3, knight b6, simply doesn't have enough to show for his sacrificed pawn. The next important point is that with all the black pieces centralized, the thematic thrust e5 establishes a very powerful pawn duo on e5 and f5, and these pawns actually control quite a large number of squares across the center of the board. Another key moment in the game now is that it's time to get counterplay by grabbing that pawn on a2. That gives us an outside pass to a-pawn, a winning in-game advantage. The queen hits the b1 rook, the c4 pawn, and the f2 pawn. Capturing the pawn on a2 is something black has to, whenever possible, take into consideration pretty much every move. It can often be the basis for important counterplay. Another key moment in the game here is white is looking to gain some initiative by gaining tempo on the rook. However, black sacrifices the rook, deflects the queen, and after queen check, king up, queen takes, has recovered the sacrificed rook and cleared the path for his a-pawn to march up the board. Another key moment in the game, white plays the cute rook to f4, sacrificing a rook which he would regain. Instead of capturing the rook, black very calmly plays rook takes, pawn takes, and then knight takes, attacking the white queen. And then the final important point in the game, just when it looks like white is getting some counterplay, black plays the very powerful centralizing move queen e2. This prepares threats such as queen e4 check against the white king, queen g4 check, possibly trading queens, and gives his own knight on e5 some much needed support, which was actually very important in the game continuation. After king c7, we saw that the knight on e5 was in fact defended, and this proved decisive. The final position, the white d-pawn, supported by its queen but nothing else, is absolutely going nowhere, and white resigned. A very, very powerful performance by Grandmaster Arnaud Fachard. The next game we will look at with 6g3 is one of the finest strategical games that we will see on this video. It starts with d4, g6, white is Leandro Perdomo, and black is Dolezal Christian. This game was played in Argentina at the Nidor Festival in 1998. c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, f5, g3, and again a slightly unusual move order, but after bishop takes c3, b takes c3, we have our standard Dzindzi Indian with f5 and g3. Black now plays what I consider to be a pretty accurate queen a5, hitting the white pawn on c3. White also plays queen b3, which, as I've mentioned, I consider to be one of the better queen moves that white has. Protects a2, c3, c4, and hits our pawn on b7. Black plays d6, bishop g2, knight d7, knight f3. Now a very quick knight b6 here by the player playing black. Now a very quick knight to b6 here by Dolezal. And then after castles, bishop d7, knight d2, knight f6, and f3. Now in the previous game we saw white played rook e1, thinking to play e4. Here, white plays f3 with the idea of playing e4. And now, interestingly enough, usually black castles queenside. In this game, black decided to castle kingside. And here, white made a strange decision. Queen a3. When you exchange queens, this is always a critical moment in the Dzindzi Indian. In general, queen exchanges offer black very good opportunities to attack the weak, fixed white pawns. However, each individual position has to be judged on its own merits. Now here in this situation, this queen exchange that white actually actively offers is just simply a bad idea. And why? Because after queen takes a3, bishop takes a3, this bishop on a3 has no future whatsoever. Black exploits this by e6 immediately attacking the white pawns. We can readily see that if white were to exchange with de6, bishop e6, the pawn on c4 is simply surrounded and lost. Therefore, e6 was very, very timely because white is pretty much obligated to play e4 to defend his pawn on d5. However, after fe, fe, and knight g4, very nicely exploiting the absence of this bishop and the strong square on e5, suddenly the black knights are very, very active. White, in fact, plays rook at e1 to stop the invasion on e3, and now knight to e5 begins to surround the pawn on c4. White tries a little trick for counterplay by attacking the pawn on e6. However, black simply defends with rook at a to e8. And we can see all of the black pieces are very centralized, very coordinated, whereas the white bishop on a3 is definitely offsides. Now, to defend his pawn, white exchanges rooks, takes, king takes, and then bishop back. For the moment, white has managed to defend his c4 pawn. However, he still has not solved the problem of his boxed-in bishop on a3. Black brings his king up, although it's worth noting that g5 right away definitely deserved attention. After king g7, bishop b2, and again, that's a bit of a puzzle to me. I'm not sure what the bishop does that's so great there either. Although, I guess knight a4 can be met with bishop a1. But black comes up with a very nice maneuver. Bishop to a4. And after h3, bishop to c2. This is a very nice play on the light squares. The idea is that he wants to play bishop d3, exchange the light squared bishops, and then bop back with a knight, and then between his two knights he will simply pluck the pawn on c4. Very nice play. This maneuver of bishop d7 to a4 to c2 to d3 is very good to keep in mind for endgames. White plays rook e3 to guard the d3 square and stop this. But black now takes over the f-file. White plays bishop e2, rook f6, king g2, and now black walks his king over to protect the e-pawn. Bishop a1. This is truly a sad situation for this bishop. But what to do? King e7, bishop b2. Now black comes up with another idea. He plays bishop back to a4, bishop to a1, bishop back to d7. This creates the threat of pawn takes pawn with a possible attack on h3 at one moment. Bishop b2, now black gains space on the king side. So, he may even contemplate playing rook over to h6, pawn takes pawn, and then bishop takes pawn check. White plays g4 to stop lock up the king side, and now bishop back to a4, bishop to f1, bishop back to c2, bishop a1, and now black advances his rook. This puts more pressure on the white pawn on e4. We can see the bishop is attacking it, the rook is attacking it. After bishop back to b2, again we have one of these situations where black has tremendous pressure. The question becomes, how can he increase the pressure to decisive proportions? And he shows again the flexibility of the black knights. Knight back to d7. White is so tied down that the winning method is largely a matter of taste. Let's take a look. Knight d7 is quite nice, preparing to bring the knight to f6. But there is also the possibility, just to show how powerful the black position is, of playing the immediate rook takes f1. Knight takes f1. Knight at b takes c4, forking the bishop and the rook. After rook e2, for example, bishop to d1, rook f2, knight to d3, with another fork, and we can see that black will absolutely win material as the rook is totally dominated by the black minor pieces. So this was one way to break through to the position. After rook f1, for example, king f1, similar type play. Knight takes, rook takes, and then rook e2, rook takes, king takes on f1, knight takes on c4, knight takes, again, forking the rook and the bishop. After rook e2, bishop d3, the pin proves to be very nice. Bishop back to c1, h6, d king f2, takes, and then d5. This leaves black with a completely dominating and winning position. But in the game, black realizes that white is completely tied up, and he decides to bring his knight over to the king side. After king g3, knight to f6, and we can see that black has focused all of his power onto the white pawn on e4. White now plays bishop to g2, defending the pawn for a third time. But black has one more pawn lever on the king side, and he hits him with h5. After gh5, knight h5, this check pushes the white king back to the second rank. And then the black rook now penetrates with decisive force on the second rank. The bishop is now pinned to the king. The knight is under attack. After bishop back to c1, this bishop finally finds a useful role in life, defending his knight. This knight comes into f4 with a second attack on the pinned bishop. White has no choice but to play rook g3 to defend his pinned bishop, and knight e2 forks the rook on g3 and the bishop on c1. This knight fork elegantly decides the issue, and at this point, white appropriately resigned. In my view, this game is like worthy of a Capablanca strategical masterpiece. And this is exactly the kind of game, even though it's a little longer than some of the short, crushing victories we saw earlier, nonetheless, it's very decisive and crushing in its own style. And it's the type of game that would absolutely reward playing over and over again. I highly recommend playing through this game at least 2 or 3 times, slowly, just appreciating each little maneuver that black played. So let's take a quick recap. What were some of those maneuvers? Well, first, we saw white come up with the plan of f3 to try and play e4. Black castled kingside, which is a little unusual, and then white offered the trade of queens. In this type of situation, if you can pull the white bishop to a3, you definitely would like to exchange queens, because now the bishop has no great future here. And very nicely, black immediately hit at the white d5 pawn. After white played e4, black also played very nicely se, se, and then knight g4, immediately taking control of e3 and e5. Another important idea here is black is trying to overpower white on the light squares and win the c4 pawn in particular. Here, the maneuver bishop a4 and then bishop to c2 with the idea of coming to d3. This is an extremely instructive maneuver. With the white pieces all tied up, another key moment was g5, gaining space on the king side. And yet another key moment. 2 possible ways of winning. Sacrificing the exchange on f1 allows your minor pieces, even though you're the exchange down, to dominate. For example, rook takes f1, knight takes f1, knight takes c4, rook e2, bishop d1, rook and knight. And we can see the black pieces are just totally dominating the rook, and black will recover material and be material ahead. The other nice idea is knight to d7 with the idea of knight to f6 and bringing a third attacker to bear on the white pawn on e4. And then here is an important moment. Black finally achieves penetration. The powerful rook invasion to the second rank attacks the knight on d2. Powerful rook invasion to f2 attacks the knight on d2 and pins the bishop to the king on h2. After bishop c1, knight f4, rook g3, and knight e2, the knight fork proved decisive. Black did an excellent game in the strategical masterpiece of combining strategical maneuvering with tactical finesse. The next game we will look at is one of those classic examples of the type of opponent you will actually run into from time to time that throws everything but the kitchen sink at you. They come at you with a total caveman style, and you have to have faith in your position, and you have to meet force with force. And I think in this game, black is Stefan Essel, and he's playing Rainier Knorp. And again, this is from the Germany Bundesliga in 1999. They take their chess very seriously there. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, f5, and again g3, and again queen a5. Very much like this move, immediately putting pressure on the pawn on c3. Now in this game, and plays bishop g2, actually offering up the pawn with check. Black chose to ignore it and just played d6. White continues to offer the pawn with h4, and again, black declines and prefers development instead. Now again, this is very practical. Keep in mind, these pawns are fixed. They're fixed, they're blockaded by the black pawn on c5, they're not going anywhere. So sometimes it's very prudent to look after your development, get all your pieces mobilized, and then when you collect the pawns, not only are you collecting the pawns, you're activating your pieces. But let's take a look. Suppose black had opted for capturing on c3 check. Well, play might go bishop d2, queen takes c4, h5. And this is the point of white's play, is to now open up the king side. After g takes h5, a move like rook h4 could be a bit annoying, queen back to a6, knight h3, and we can see in this situation white is the one, even though he's 2 pawns down, has all of his pieces developed except maybe the rook on a1, and basically black has the queen developed. For example, now after knight f6, knight f4, white will recoup at least 1 pawn on h5 and still have very active position for his bishops. So black Going back to the game, made the practical decision to look toward his kingside development. After bishop d2, knight d7, knight f3, we start to get back to more normal routine play. Black plays knight d6, targeting the pawn on c4, and again, white plays h5, not bothering to defend mere pawns. Black accepts the challenge with knight takes h5, and now white continues to throw more wood onto the bonfire with e4. Of course, this is totally unsound, but in practice, over the board, when you meet such tactics, it can be a little unsettling. So the main thing is to remain calm, have faith in your position, the positional and strategical soundness of your defense, and you will find the right resources. So in this game, black went ahead and accepted the second pawn. And it's not just a matter of accepting the pawn, but it also puts his knight in touch with the bishop to eliminate some of white's potential attackers. White continued on e5 in fine attacking style. Black accepted that as well. White now played queen e2, which creates a double attack on the knight and on the pawn. Black bailed out with knight takes d2, and here white continued to show a bit of imagination and spark. Instead of just playing the routine queen takes d2, and then after e4, knight e5, queen a6, bishop f1, queen f6, bishop check, king f8, white really would have less than nothing to show for his two-pawn deficit. The knight is on pre, has to retreat, we'll start kicking the pieces back, and basically black has two extra pawns. In the game, instead of taking on d2, white played the very aggressive queen takes on e5, threatening the rook on h8. Black went ahead and saved his piece with check. Why not? After all, an extra piece is of some value. Bishop takes, and now knight f6. That both saves the knight from h5 and blocks the attack from the white queen on the black rook. But now, white gets in the first threat. The advance of the d-pawn opens the diagonal for the bishop and also exposes the e7 point in the black camp. Black has to undevelop and retreat his queen and protect the valuable e7 real estate. White now castles. And we have to give white credit. In return for his two pawns and his piece that he sacrificed, he has mobilized every single one of his remaining pieces. And after e6, white continued in fine attacking style with d7 check. However, black played bishop takes d7, and after rook takes d7, this is an important moment. Of course, this is one last bid for glory by the white forces, and if king takes, then rook to d1 check, and the white attack continues. Although, even here, after king e7, queen c5, king f7, rook d8, queen takes a7, rook d7, if bishop b7, for example, rook c8, and black is probably still better. Nonetheless, in this position, black saw a much simpler path. He simply played queen takes on d7. Sometimes, as Steinitz pointed out, you can give back a little material. In fact, the point of grabbing material is not to hold on to it until death do you part, but rather to give it back at the appropriate moment in return for some other type of compensation. And this is a classic example. Up to this point, black has taken material, now he gives back a piece. This allows him to mobilize his rook, and when the queen moves, it allows him to castle and secure his king. So now the smoke is pretty much cleared. Black has secured his king and maintained an exchange plus with an extra pawn or two. White plays queen takes c5 check, and now black plays very nicely. He could just simply duck his king over. Nothing wrong with that. But instead, after queen c5 check, he goes on the counterattack with queen c7. White has nothing better than taking the pawn on a7, and now queen takes c3 check. And as Karpov once told me, it's good to remind the other side that they have a king as well. After king b1, queen b4 check. Note that black could, even if he wanted, grab the bishop. However, after rook check, king up, queen check, king over, queen check, king f7, rook check, king g8. Amazingly enough, black is now castled by hand the other direction and is actually still a rook ahead and ready to now counterattack the white king. However, in practical play, what black did here just scores an immediate knockout. Queen b4 check, king c1, and then rook f7. Nicely done indeed. More protection on the b7 point. The rook prepares to slide over and give the coup de grace to the white king. And in fact, if white were to continue with queen check after king c7, the white queen would actually find herself trapped and would have nothing better probably than queen takes b7 check, losing another piece. So again, a very nice example of white playing like a caveman, black maintaining his calm, collecting materials, giving some back at the right moment to secure his king, and scoring the win. The next game we will look at is from the Girls European Under-18 Championship in 2001, played in Hungary between Aysel Guller and Andra Sasaic. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, and of course f5. And again, pawn on f5 covers g4 and e4. g3 for white, getting ready to pinch out of the bishop, knight f6 for black. Again, more support on e4 and g4. Bishop g2, d6, knight f3, and now queen a5, attacking the pawn on c3. White plays queen b3, as mentioned, one of the better queen developing moves for white. Knight d7, and now white voluntarily retreats her knight back to d2. As mentioned before, this does block in the bishop on c1. And black plays knight to b6. When available myself, I tend to prefer knight e5. The knight on e5 is a bit more of a centered square, has a lot of options. g4, f7, still attacks c4. However, some people prefer the knight on b6 because it does block the half-open b file and the attack on b7. e3. Again, not clear what the thinking is here, and this does go further towards blocking in the white bishop on c1. Black continues her development, bishop d7, f3, and now bishop a4. A very annoying attack on the white queen. Queen back to b2, not a great square. Queen b1 may have been preferable. And now queen a6 immediately puts pressure on the c4 pawn. White plays bishop f1, and this is a sure sign things have gone awry, because what was the point of g3 and bishop g2 if you wind up having to put the bishop on f1? Castles. This connects the two rooks. The king now protects the pawn on b7. King f2. And now, a maneuver we've seen before, knight at f to d7. This threatens to bring the knight to e5 and bring a third attacker to bear on the pawn on c4. White resorts to unpleasant measures with a3 in order to meet knight a5 with queen a2. And while yes, this does defend the pawn for a third time, using a queen worth 9 to defend a pawn worth 1 is absolutely not very economical deployment of the forces. Black now rotates her attack back to the pawn on c3, and after bishop to b2, very nicely exploits the light squares in the white position with bishop to c2. This threatens to potentially play bishop to d3 and queen a4, surrounding the pawn on c4. White plays f4, attacking the knight on e5, but, as noted, this does weaken the g4 and e4 squares. Black immediately takes advantage of the weakness on g4 to go in with knight g4 check. And after king e2, now a very thematic way to conduct the position would be to simply play queen a4, followed by rook e8, followed by e6. And here we would see all of the black pieces focusing on the light squares, on the d5, c4, e3 pawn weaknesses. Hard to imagine how white would be able to defend against such a plan. However, after king e2, black had her own interpretation of the position. She played knight a4, attacking the pawn on c3. White played rook c1, hoping to drive the bishop away and defend the pawn on c3. Would have been slightly better to play h3, knight f6, and then rook c1. However, after bishop e4, rook g1, and rook at h to e8, we can see black is completely centralized, mobilized, and about the only thing white has centralized is her king. Going back to the game, after the immediate rook c1 without the attack on the knight, black now in court, knight takes c3 check, forking the king and queen. After bishop c3, queen takes c3, we see black's point is that white has no way to defend her e3 pawn. Now, if queen c2, simply queen e3 check, king d1, and knight f2 mate. In the game, white played rook takes c2, but after queen e3 check, king d1, knight f2 check, knight c1, and knight takes h1, king c1, and knight takes h1, white resigns. So, fantastic display of strategy and tactics by the young lady playing black. Next time someone says you play chess like a woman, make sure that you show them this game. Let's do a quick recap. What was good to note from this? Well, black played the thematic knight to b6 maneuver. White's g3 and bishop g2 was followed with e3 and bishop f1 later. Kind of gave a question as to the whole g3 bishop g2 plan in the first. In this position, black played the very nice maneuver knight to d7, bringing a third attacker to bear on the c4 pawn. And in this position, black showed very nice play on the light squares with bishop c2, preparing bishop to d3, again, trading light squared bishops, eliminating a defender of the c4 pawn. And in this position, black showed tactical ability with knight takes c3 check, the point being that after bishop c3, queen c3, white was unable to defend her vitally weak e3 pawn. All in all, a very nice strategic and tactic demonstration by the young lady playing black. Our next example comes to us from a Winter Open tournament in Switzerland 2004. Damjan Rodic is playing white against Bruno Tambur. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, and f5. White plays g3, preparing to fianchetto the bishop, knight f6, controlling e4 and g4, bishop g2, d6, and now white plays the interesting development knight h3. Of course, the possibilities are knight f4 or knight g5 and on to e6. Now this is very important. A lot of times white players calculate that, oh, I can get a knight to e6 and think they will automatically have a good position. One of the big discoveries that Roman Dzindzi made was that a knight on e6 is not the end of the game for black. Black has two options. One, of course, would be to simply remove the knight with the bishop on c8. The other, as we will see in this game, is to dance around the knight, to work around the knight. After all, it takes white a lot of investment in time to get that knight all the way to e6. Let's take a look at how it happened in this game. Queen a5, good move, threatening the pawn on c3 with check. Queen b3, good queen deployment, protecting a2, c3, c4, and attacking d7. Knight at b to d7, castles, knight b6, already putting pressure on c4. White plays knight f4, and one of the points that we did make before is that this pawn on c4 has three natural defenders, the queen, the knight, and the bishop. When you play g3 and knight to h3, two of the defenders have already been sent far, far away from defending this pawn. However, black exploits that in this game with queen a4. Immediately threatens to capture the pawn. White plays knight e6. Had white elected to trade queens, knight takes, attacks the pawn on c3, and after bishop d2, knight back to b6, simply surrounds the pawn. Going back to the game after queen a4, white played the immediate knight e6. And here, black played very nicely. Simply rook b8. Delicately avoids the knight to c7 knight fork. And this lends added protection to the b7 pawn, so that in fact he's ready now to take and possibly capture on c4. Note that taking on e6 right away, pawn takes, now opens up the diagonal for the white bishop to attack the pawn on b7. Thus, even if you capture the pawn on c4, white hopes to get one back. If you castle, sometimes they play something like rook to b1, and again you experience unpleasant pressure with the pawn on b7. Between the open b file, white has a lot of pieces focused on b7. That's why after knight e6, black plays the very delicate rook b8. Nice move. After knight c7 check, black played king f7, and note the e6 retreat square is covered. White, however, continues on with knight to b5, touching the pawn on a7, and possibly coming back to a3 to defend his pawn. Note that on knight e6, black could actually venture out with bishop takes, pawn takes, and king takes, and with the help of his king, the fighting king, he's actually netted a pawn. White has bishop d5 check, but you just simply take it. It's not a real attack. So in the game, white played knight back to b5. And now, queen takes c4. White trades queens. Note that if white tries to take on a7 immediately, then after queen b3, a b3, knight d5, black has netted a pawn. Knight c8, rook takes, and black is just simply one clear pawn ahead. Going back to the game, after queen takes c4, white traded queens, and knight takes, and now recouped his pawn. And it would appear that white has actually exchanged pawns and undoubled his pawn. And that would be true, except after bishop d7, suddenly we see the black pieces dominate the board, and the knight on a7 is a liability. Its retreat square is cut off. The knight on c4 is powerful, covering a3, b2, d2, and e3. And the knight on f6 has the potential to pop into e4. Let's take a look. White plays rook b1, so that on rook a8 can capture on b7, or possibly rescue the knight to b5. Black plays b6, and after knight c6, simply slides his rook over. Now it's good to note the other retreat, knight to b5, allows rook over, and after a3, rook at h to c8, black simply threatens rook a5. Notice rook c8 covers the escape square, and black simply threatens rook to a5, simply surrounding the poor knight on b5. In the game, after b6, knight c6, rook a8 hits the pawn on a2, pawn moves to a3, and now rook a4, simply securing the queenside. After bishop f3, rook c8, more pressure on the c6 knight. After e3, black played the undermining move. Note the knight is only supported by the pawn on d5 and the bishop on f3. With e6, black sets about undermining the support for the knight. In fact, after bishop d1, rook a6, d takes e6, black took with the king, and suddenly we see the poor knight on c6 is totally surrounded by hostile black pieces. White, in fact, resigned. What to do? White could continue his bishop to b3, but again, you don't rush to capture. You simply protect your own knight, and next move, you're more than happy to capture the knight. A very nice display of working around the knight. This game is very important to understand the ideas that black used to simply dance around, work around the knight on e6, and shows, as the Russians say, one knight does not an army make. So let's do a quick recap. White played g3 and knight h3. Again, with the idea of getting counterplay based on putting the knight on e6, but also taking two defenders away from the key weak point on c4. Black played the usual knight b6, and then with queen a4, very alertly double attacked the weakness on c4. After knight e6, Black played the very nice rook b8, sidestepping the knight fork, the potential knight fork on c7, and in fact after check, king up, knight takes, went ahead and exchanged queens, queen takes, knight takes, and then after knight takes, bishop d7, and the poor knight never managed to get out. The last and final touch was, in this position, e6, and after de6, king takes e6, the white knight on c6 was completely surrounded. An extremely instructive game by the player playing black. The next game we're going to look at is actually more of a slugfest. It comes to us from the Spanish Championship in 1999, played between Ayala Ronda and Fernandez Lopez. So, let's take a look. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, and f5. Of course, the f5 pawn helps us to control e4 and g4. White plays g3, preparing to fianchetto the bishop, d6, bishop g2, and now queen a5, attacking the pawn on c3. White plays a very logical queen b3. This defends the pawn on a2, c3, c4, and keeps an eye on our b7 pawn. Black continues development with knight d7, and now white plays the flank development, knight h3, as we saw in a previous game. Of course, from h3, the knight can go to f4 or to g5, and then think to continue on to occupy our e6 square. Knight at g to f6, castles, knight d6, immediately pressuring the pawn on c4. White does play knight g5, contemplating occupying the square on e6, and after bishop d7, black actually has lost a move. It might actually have been a touch more accurate after knight g5 to play queen a4 and immediately put pressure, as we saw before, on the pawn on c4. But instead, after bishop d7, knight e6, now black played bishop to a4. Note that after knight e6, now bishop e6, d6, white has achieved what he wants, which is he opened the diagonal to attack the pawn on b7. So after knight e6, bishop a4, the white queen retreated back to b1. Black now tried the rook b8 maneuver, but after queen d3, now retreated bishop back to d7, thinking to eliminate the knight. So we can see black's play was not quite as incisive as in the previous game. White played bishop g5, and after king f7, white blasted open the center with e4. This is actually what white should be doing, rather than just sitting around waiting for us to pick apart these pawns on c3 and c4. White should be blasting the center open and trying to get to our king. After f takes e4, bishop takes e4, black got back with the program and played queen a6, surrounding the pawn on c4. We can see it's now attacked twice, and it's not clear that any other white pieces can come to defend. White played rook at f to e1, and we can see a lot of pieces are in the area of the black king. Black now captured the pawn on c4, and remember I said this game was a slugfest from the Spanish Championship. Well, here we go. In reality, black now went bonsai, kamikaze, or what have you, and started sacrificing left, right, and center. After queen takes c4, probably continuing to build his attack with the quieter queen f3 would have been more effective. And this type of position is very dangerous for black. Note, he's not securely castled on the king side with his king tucked away. When it gets to this, sometimes it gets to be hand-to-hand fighting. In the game, white rushed to pull the trigger with bishop takes g6 check, h takes g6, and now knight to d8, and we see his point. Now here, black made a defensive miscue. The point of knight to d8 is that it now opens the e-file for this rook. And note, this bishop is attacking here, the queen is attacking on g6. White has a lot of ammunition pointed at the black king. Therefore, with this rook far, far away from the king, black played the very natural rook at b takes d8. However, this is tactically flawed. It turns out he could have completely refuted white's concept with the paradoxical rook at h to d8. The point being that after rook e7, king e7, queen takes g6, he could then play rook h8, queen check, king back, queen takes, and queen takes. You'd have a position similar to the game, except black would still have this rook over here on b8. So let's go back to the game. After knight d8 check, a very, very dangerous attack indeed, rook takes b8, rook at b takes d8. White now continued with the barrage of sacrifices. Rook takes e7 check, king takes e7, queen takes on g6. And now again, after rook at d to f8, we can see the difference. In the previous variation, this rook would have been over here on b8 and out of harm's way. So now, the attack continued with bishop takes f6, rook takes f6, and then rook e1 check. And here again, black missed a fantastic defensive opportunity. He played the very natural and seemingly forced king to d8. However, he had a fantastic resource with rook e6. On e6, the rook now counterattacks the white rook. For example, if queen g7, king d8, and on queen takes, you can interpose this rook, or on pawn takes, you can now use your remaining rook to pin the white e-pawn. After e7, king c7, black emerges with two extra pieces. Take another look at this fantastic rook e6 move. Well, let's say, suppose he plays rook takes, bishop takes, queen takes, then you go king d8, and on queen f6, king c7, queen h8, knight d5, and black is basically one piece ahead for only one pawn. And of course the c3 and a2 pawns will fall. Very easy in-game win. One last look at rook takes e6. Well, what about pawn takes on e6, you might ask? Well then, you have the amazing, clever queen takes, and note that the queen now protects the rook, and the queen attacks the enemy rook. After queen check, king back, e7, king c8, e8, rook takes, bishop takes, queen takes, king c7, and again, black is one whole extra piece ahead with an easy win. Now, of course, after rook e1 check, I would have assumed that king d8 is pretty much a forced move too. A fantastic resource like rook e6 is very, very tough to see over the board. So let's continue on. After rook e1, king d8, queen takes check, king c7, and queen takes h8, and queen takes d5, the smoke is cleared substantially. White basically has a rook plus one pawn for a bishop and knight. However, the bishop and knight coordinate very nicely. This bishop one day can play to c6, the knight can come around and attack the enemy pawns, and the squares around the white king are very weak on the light squares. The other interesting point about this type of position is that white has these three passed pawns on the king side, but as he advances them, his own king will obviously become more exposed. Also, psychologically, it can be quite a bit of a shift. Up to this point, white has been the attacker, sacrificing a bishop, sacrificing a knight, sacrificing a rook. Now he's going to be in a situation where there are no more sacrifices, and he is going to have to defend. And quite often this is a very unpleasant psychological turn of affairs. So let's see what happens. Queen f6, bam, immediately the bishop spots up. A very powerful location, defending the pawn on b7 and supporting the queen plus bishop battery, which already threatens to deliver mate on g2. White basically has no choice, nothing better than f3, blocking the diagonal. But now knight to d7, and suddenly we can see the black pieces are coordinating very efficiently. After queen f4, well, white could have pinned the knight, but then it turns out that you just simply unpin with king b6. After all, there are no pieces over here, and the king could potentially even become a very nice attacking piece. especially as we get further and further toward the endgame. So, for example, after king b6, queen f7, but then queen check, king up, and bishop d5, this prevents an exchange of queens with queen b3 check, and we can see that after queen f4, knight e5, all of the black forces are coming to visit the white king. In fact, the immediate threat is already knight check with a fork on the king and queen. So we can see the counterattack sets in very quickly here. So after knight d7, white immediately retreated the queen, but nonetheless knight e5 anyway, and we can see 1, 2, 3 attackers all zeroed in on the f3 pawn. Not to mention the a2 pawn is hanging. In the game, white blundered immediately. The best move would have been rook f1, but after knight f3 check, we can see black is clearly cleaning house. In the game, after rook e2 check, we had a sudden end because simply queen d1 check. White, in fact, resigned in this position. The other choices were, after queen d1 check, king f2, obviously walking into the knight check, and the other choice, instead of king f2, was king g2, which simply allows you to take the rook with check. So again, after queen d1, we can see how quickly and suddenly the counterattack with the white minor pieces set in. Let's do a recap. What did we learn from this game? Well, black played the slightly inaccurate bishop d7, and thus lost an important tempo. More powerful, as we saw in the previous game, would have been the more precise queen a4, immediately putting pressure on the pawn on c4. Black did, in the midst of this white build-up, go ahead and counterattack the pawn on c4, but white pulled the trigger prematurely with bishop takes g6, hg6, knight d8, takes, and rook takes e7 check. You have to absolutely be on the lookout for these type of kamikaze attacks, where they just throw everything at your king. This is the danger for black, is our king getting checkmated. After knight d8 check, black did miss the key defensive resource, which is a paradoxical capturing and moving a piece away from our king. Later in the attack, when it came time to return material, black played king d8. It turns out rook e6, double exclamation point, would have been the key move. The point being, after takes, the calm, cool, collected queen takes protects our own rook on h8 and counterattacks the white rook on e1. This would have left black with a clearly, overwhelmingly decisive advantage and totally refuted white's entire attack. Once the smoke had cleared, bishop c6, and we saw that white's position was left full of holes, and especially the light squares. There was no time at all before black coordinated with knight e5, highlighting all the weak points in the white position. Again, an exciting slugfest, few things to be learned there, important to be precise in the opening and immediately counterattack that white pawn on c4. The next game we will look at in our 6G3 series is from the Vidmar Memorial in Slovenia in 2001. Alexandra Krasan is playing white against Duško Pavasovic. After d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, and, of course, f5, fighting for control of that e4 square. Very important to remember. g3, preparing the fianchetto, knight f6, again, more influence over e4 and g4. Bishop g2, d6, and now white comes out with h4, obviously hoping to advance to h5 and open up the h-file. Black plays queen a4, very thematic, highlighting the weakness of the weak pawn on c3. Queen c2, this protects the pawn on c3, but also contemplates supporting a potential e2 to e4 advance. Knight at b to d7, knight f3, and now knight b6, immediately going after the weak pawn on c4. White swings his knight back to d2, and now queen a4. Again, immediately offering an exchange of queens before white can build up some type of attack in the center. White plays queen to d3 to duck that, and now after bishop d7, castles, and this is a bit inconsistent with the h4 advance, I must say, because you would think you played h4 with a view towards opening the h-file, and now you castle, so obviously you don't want to open the h-file. And this actually happens quite a bit. When players are confronted with a new, strange, odd-looking opening with complicated strategical ideas and concepts is that quite often their play becomes inconsistent because they're not sure exactly what they're supposed to be trying to achieve. And I think that's the case here. Castles combined with h4 seems a bit inconsistent. Black plays consistently, on the other hand, has now completed his development, connected his rooks, secured his king. White plays rook e1, and we can see White obviously has switched gears and is now playing for the e4 pawn break. Now Black plays knight to g4. We've seen this maneuver before. The knight threatens to come to the nice e5 square, and from e5 it will harass the white queen on d3 and bring a third attacker to bear on the pawn on c4. White rushes ahead with the e4 advance, and now Black very nicely mobilizes his last rook. Does not rush to win a pawn with knight to e5. This also protects the kind of Achilles heel of the Black position, which is namely this pawn on e7. White now decides to play f4 and keep the Black knight from the e5 square. But let's take a look. Once you have this type of central tension, you need to always contemplate all of the capture possibilities. So let's see. If White had opened the e-file, was taking on f5, bishop takes, bishop e4, this is very, very nicely met by e6. The point being that after pawn takes, bishop takes is quite good because, as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3 attackers on the pawn. And we have the potential for a fourth one, not to mention the open file. Going back, after e6, d takes e6, bishop takes e6. So the next point about e6 is that if White decides to exchange bishop f5, after pawn takes, White will eventually feel the weakness of the light squares around his king. For example, after rook takes and rook takes, we can see the white rook on a1, the bishop on c1 are out of play. Black already threatens queen to d1 check, coming in on the white king. Black also threatens rook check. Black also threatens knight back to e5. This position, in short, would just be an absolute disaster for the player playing White. In the game, White opted to play f4 and keep the Black knight off of e5. But now, Black struck out with a very powerful e5 center counterplay. Now, there's a lot of tension here with these pawns on f4, e4 versus the pawns on f5 and e5. However, there is a key difference in the position. All of the Black pieces are participating, whereas White has a couple of pieces over here that are collecting unemployment. Note that if White captures on f5, Black again can capture with his bishop with a tempo on the white queen. Therefore, this central tension clearly favors Black. He's more centralized with better development and better coordination. In the game, White took on e6, but now Black responded with a very nice, very accurate rook takes e6. The point being that the e-pawn is now pinned to the unprotected rook on e1. Therefore, it is very easy for Black to increase the pressure on the e4 square by bishop c6 or rook e8. White now came up with a plan of knight to b3, trying to put some pressure on the c5 pawn. After queen takes c4, queen takes, knight takes, and e5, we now see the point, is that he wants to undermine the threat, of course, is bishop to d5, forking the knight, forking the rook. And the goal here is that he wants to undermine the Black pawn on c5. Black played bishop c6, neutralizing the long diagonal, and after bishop to f1, he then retreated the knight back to b6. Instead of bishop f1, Black could have played bishop takes on c6. And after b takes c6, play tends to become very technical, but primarily focused against the weak white bishop on c1. For example, rook d1, rook at e to e8, e d6, rook d6, rook d6, and then the very nice intermezzo rook check. The point of this is that after king to g2 and knight takes d6, the bishop still has problem getting out. For example, if bishop d2, rook e2 check, king f1, rook check, king over, knight e4, bishop e4, bishop e1, rook over, and we can see the black rook and the knights operating on the light squares totally dominate the position. So going back, after the excellent bishop c6 neutralizing the diagonal, he went back, attacked the knight. Knight came back to b6. And now this bishop finally shows signs of life by trying to attack the pawn on c5. Black goes ahead and agrees to the exchange, captures on e5. This does release some of the tension, but it fuels black initiative. After knight takes c5, rook at e to e8, we can see the structure has changed. Black has netted a pawn, and he's maintained his beautifully centralized pieces. Two rooks in the center, bishop on the diagonal, knight on an outpost, knight here that has good possibilities. All the black pieces are coordinated very nicely, and he still has his extra pawn. A very nice example of exchanging advantages. After f takes e5, knight takes e5, suddenly we can see a new threat emerges. Knight f3 check, forking the rook, forking the king. Rook at e to d1, and now, with control of the c4 square, black gets back to the business of playing against the weak bishop. Rook d8, bishop takes, knight takes, and you can see the situation has simplified. Black is still a clear pawn ahead, and this poor bishop has no future. Actually, it has a future, it's just not a very bright one. It has to return home. Notice that it can't possibly even go forward because a simple a5 does the deed. So after bishop c1, rook check, king up, and now rook over. And we see the black pieces are running around as if they own the highways. Knight back to b3, someone's got to go back here and try to defend this poor rook that's stuck in the corner. But this allows the black pieces time to coordinate against the very lonely white king. Rook check, king e1, and now the very nice knight e5. The black forces show fantastic flexibility. After bishop e3, bishop d5, rook d1, knight f3 check, king over, and bishop c4, white resigns. Because obviously, rook d3, bishop takes d3 is a very elegant mate on the light squares. A very nice game by black, where he got the initiative, maintained the initiative, exchanged his advantages for different types of advantages, but always kept an iron fist on top of the position. Let's do a quick recap. Well, first off, white fianchettoed, advanced his h-pawn, and then castled, which is a bit inconsistent with the h-pawn advance. Black, for his part, played the very nice knight to g4 maneuver, threatening to surround the pawn on c4. When white expanded in the center with e4 and f4, black centralized his rook and met this with the very powerful counter thrust e5. After de, rook takes was very precise, as it created pressure on the e4 point and the pin on the e-file. When white finally found a plan for counterplay against the c5 point, black played very nicely by taking and then backing up and maintaining a clear solid extra pawn with better minor pieces. With knight c4, black again exerted control over the c4 square and play against the white bishop. This type of position is completely won for black. We could see it was very quick penetration and suddenly an attack against the white king. And in this position, it looks like white is finally getting his pieces out, only to fall into knight check, king over, and bishop c4 check, which of course, after bishop takes d3, is mate. Again, a very, very instructive game, very nice play on the light squares, very thematic play by the player handling the black pieces. The next game in our G3 series comes from Russia. It was played in Moscow in 2007. Vitaly Ezekov is playing white against Stanislav Erindzinov. And I have to say, the black player played this very, very nicely. Let's take a look. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes on c3 check, b takes c3, and f5. White played g3, black played knight f6, bishop g2, and of course, queen a5. Now here, white begins to go astray, plays bishop d2. This is a rather passive way to defend the pawn on c3, and in fact after d6, queen c2, knight at b to d7, white already had a change of heart and put the bishop on g5. Well, of course, my problem there is the loss of tempo. the little pit stop at d2 was totally unnecessary. Could have played queen c2 or queen b3 right away. In fact, after queen a6, white now lost a second tempo, so to speak, by playing queen b3. So we can see played queen b3 in 2 steps when could have played queen b3 first time around. But nonetheless, I like what black did. Black immediately played knight to e5, creating a second hit on the white c-pawn. White took the opportunity to exchange bishop for knight and double the pawns, but as Roman points out, the f6 and f5 pawn are not near as weak as the c4 and c3 pawn, and once white gives up the 2 bishops, he really has nothing to show for his extremely weak pawns on c3, c4, and a2. Therefore, as Roman refers to this, black now has a, quote, free advantage. But white had an idea. Queen b5 check. Figured that after the trade of queens, he would unravel his queenside pawns. Black, however, had other ideas. Although black could play queen b5, takes bishop d7, and after rook b1, a6. And this leads to a very nice initiative. For example, b takes a6, a very important idea to keep in mind here. b5, exclamation point. This is very good, because now you will recapture on a6 with the rook, and then you will have pressure against the pawn on a2. This is a very healthy structure for black with these pawns. The structure for white, on the other hand, is not so healthy. So black could have actually, quote, fallen in with white's plans, but instead black showed another idea. He played bishop d7. Now, of course, the pawn on c4 is attacked twice. White exchanged queens, and pawn takes. Now again, you can say, okay, black has double pawns on a6 and a7. How much are they really worth? Well, they are extra, and we can see the white pawn on c4 is not only doubled, it's surrounded and lost. White plays e3, figures out a clever way to try and maintain a material balance here. After knight takes c4, bishop back to f1, obviously pinning the knight against the pawn on a6, hoping to recoup his pawn. However, after knight a3, the threat of knight to c2 check with a fork on the king on e1 and the rook on a1 makes it not so easy for white to recoup his pawn. White plays rook c1 to avoid the fork, and now I really like what black did here. Yes, he could play a move like bishop to b5 and contest the bishops, and then after c4 back the bishop up. But instead, black simply abandons the pawn and goes for occupying the open file and penetration to the 7th rank. After bishop takes a6, rook to b2, we can see the black rook dominates the 2nd rank. White developed the knight, king up, making way for the other rook to come over, castles, and rook at h to b8. Very nicely done. Note that if black rushed to cash in and collect after rook a2, rook a1, rook takes, his knight is in trouble. And once he rescues his knight, bishop takes, and rook takes, white's recouped his pawns and possibly even stands a bit better. So of course, in this position after castles, black cements his grip on the b file. The pawn on a2 is not going anywhere. The pawn on c3 is weak, and all of the black pieces function very, very nicely. White played rook at f to d1. Notice that white doesn't really have time for rook a1 because rook to b6, attacking the bishop. When the bishop goes to d3, c4, and black totally dominates the light squared bishop. The piece simply has nowhere to go. So after rook at f to d1, black goes ahead and collects the pawn. The difference now, though, is after rook a1, he exchanges rooks, and then hits him with rook b1 check, forcing the trade of the 2nd pair of rooks. The result of this is after rook takes, knight takes, suddenly we have an endgame, bishop plus knight versus bishop plus knight endgame, but completely winning for black. Black has an extra outside passed pawn that obviously can start motoring up the board at some point, and the pawn on c3 is already under observation by the black knight, and not a teammate in sight to try and defend him. Therefore, the pawn had to go forward, and after king d8, exclamation point, suddenly white resigned. Why? Because the threat is simply for the king to walk up. For example, king f1, king c7, king e2, king b6, and we see the bishop on a6 is trapped. After bishop b5, bishop takes, takes, king takes. Of course, black has netted an extra pawn for a 2-pawn plus easy win in the knight ending. A very, very solid strategical game showing very nice domination themes by the player playing the black pieces. Let's do a very quick recap. So after queen a5, white played bishop d2, only a few moves later, and then defended the pawn with queen c2, and then a few moves later, bishop to g5. And then, after that, lost another tempo. So white lost 2 tempi in the opening with queen c2 to b3 and bishop d2 to g5. After black's very alert knight e5 immediately attacked the pawn on c4, black gave up his bishop, doubled the f-pawns, but no longer has the bishop pair as compensation for his very, very weak c-pawns. White showed this idea of queen b5 check, forcing the trade of queens. Black even allowed doubled a-pawns, because afterwards the pawn on c4 was simply surrounded. A few moves later, when white tried to recoup the pawn on a6, black showed the knight a3 maneuver threatens the fork. And after rook c1, rather than passively defend his pawn on a6, black very alertly played rook b8, took over the b-file. After rook b2 and white castled, black played the very nice rook b8, totally cementing the position. And here, after rook a1, black nipped any counterplay in the bud with rook takes, rook check, rook takes, and knight takes, giving himself a completely won endgame with knight and bishop versus knight and bishop. When white played c4, black played king d8, and we saw the king coming simply to trap the bishop, a beautiful example of domination by the player playing black. The next variation we're going to look at for white is 6f3. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, f5, and now, of course, with f5, we're controlling e4 and g4. So 6f3 is very logical. f3 also fights for control of these two squares, and primarily prepares the advance e4. And what does white want? Well, say after a move like d6, white wants to play e4, and after fe, be able to play fe and maintain a pawn in the center. If left to his own devices, white will follow with moves like knight f3, bishop d3, bishop g5, castle, queen c2 usually comes in, and rook at e1, and he is all built up for e5, and it's all systems go. Now, of course, as black, we're not going to just sit back and pass and let white have his way. We will be executing our plans. And what are our plans? Well, our plan, of course, is the usual queen a5. Attack the pawn on c3, see how white goes about defending it. Usually queen c2 is the most normal. And then we play knight f6. We want to be able to meet e4 with f takes e4, f takes e4, and then d6. Now we need to fight for control of the e5 square. And for example, we will follow with knight bd7, knight g4, knight de5, and bishop d7. Then we will have the option of castling queenside or kingside, depending on how the play develops. In fact, with 6f3, the first game we will look at shows our inventor, Roman Dzindzi, playing in Lucerne in the World Team Championship representing the U.S. and playing Jeroen Piquet, at the time a brilliant young star from Holland who at one time had the highest rating in Holland. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3 check, bc3, f5, and now 6f3. Roman very much likes queen a5 in this position, and this is black's most reputable response and has scored 60% in practice for black. The point is to get a commitment from white on how he intends to defend his pawn on c3. Bishop d2, probably not the best answer. Queen c2 is more logical and played much more often. Knight f6. Now white goes ahead and acquiesces and plays queen c2 anyway, and after d6, e4. Now here, Roman likes to exchange on e4 and then play for control of the e5 square, as we discussed in the intro. But an interesting alternative idea is to actually offer a pawn sacrifice with knight at b to d7. For example, after e takes f5, knight to e5, and we can see that the bishop on c8 suddenly threatens to come to life very aggressively. For example, if f takes g6, h takes g6, queen to b3, bishop f5, king to f2, and castles, and black has full compensation for the pawn. Going back, if instead of king f2, if white decides to take this pawn down here on b7, well, sometimes a move like king f7 can be very dangerous, as he threatens simply to come rook over and the queen could be in some danger. Knight at b to d7 is an idea worth some investigation possibly. However, Roman likes to play f takes e, fe, and knight b d7. Again, Roman's idea is he likes to fight for control of the e5 square. After knight f3, knight to g4, bishop e2. Now, of course, he goes with the backward knight. This allows our bishop to develop to d7. White castles, black develops the bishop, and now white plays h3, trying to disrupt the organization of the black knights. Black captures on f3, and the choices here are rook takes, bishop takes, or pawn takes. After rook takes, knight e5, rook f2, white is prepared to double on the f-file. However, black can certainly feel comfortable in castling queenside and then start setting about attacking the pawns, maybe dropping queen back, and so forth. He could also, in the game, after knight takes f3, g takes f3, just a quick note, bishop takes f3 also fails to impress because after knight e5, bishop back, and castles, black would have an even superior version of the previous variation. After g takes f3, this is white's most dynamic try to create an imbalanced situation. Plus to this is white gets another center pawn. The negative aspect is that the pawn cover in front of the white king is totally devoid, and the pawn on h3 is a bit weak. Roman now changes gears, retreats the knight back to the safer f6 square, and exposes the bishop on the white pawn on h3. Black plays king up. Now, of course, with the white king open, the black king seeks a very nice safe haven over on the queen side. So here, in a strange way, we notice that the white pawns on c3 and c4 tend to prevent the white pieces from being able to get at the black king. In some ways, the pawns on c3 and c4 kind of act as a barricade and actually provide protection to the black king. Well, white created an f-pawn, and he now puts it to use. f4, planning to attack with e5. Black retreats with queen c7. White centralizes his rook. And now black also puts his rook on the f-file. After rook g1, rook f7, rook g5, trying to reinforce the e5 move. Black actually takes the bull by the horns and plays e5 himself, with some very tricky ideas. For example, if d takes e6, bishop takes e6, queen d3, black has a very nice maneuver, knight d7. The attempt to trap the bishop on e6 with f5, of course, runs into knight e5, hitting the queen and hitting the pawn. For example, play could proceed. Queen c2, bishop takes c4, f takes g6, h takes g6, and if bishop c4, you throw in the shocker knight f3 check, king g2, d5, and suddenly we can see the white king is extremely exposed. And look how many pieces black has zeroing in for the attack. In fact, after bishop d5, queen check, king f1, knight takes d2, double check, and mate. So e5 was a very tricky move, counterattacking in the center and trying to stop this white pawn avalanche. In the game, white played more solidly. Now again, remember, white is a good 25-50 grandmaster. Very, very strong player. After f takes e5, d takes e5, white now plays queen to d3. This has the potential to advance the passed pawn. Roman, of course, blockades white's pawn, and after rook g2, Roman sets about putting the knight to work as the blockader. White actively sinks the bishop in, covers the f8 square. Roman now shifts and rotates. This is called role change. The queen was blockading, the knight now comes to blockade. Seeing the knight is coming to d6 to blockade, white throws in an attack on the c5 pawn. Black secures the c5 pawn in anticipation of bringing his knight to the blockading square. White now contests the f-file, and after rook f2, queen f2, knight d6, the black knight has arrived on the beautiful, ideal blockading square. From here, the knight is hidden from attack, but attacks the white pawns on e4 and c4. This is very classic Nimzowitsch teachings. So white, of course, has to play bishop to d3, but this does create the threat of rook over and possibly even powering in with bishop down to f8. So black does have to play actively. Now another advantage of the knight on d6 is that it can swing back to f7 and fight with this bishop, whether the bishop is on g5 or h6. White rises to the occasion, plays to the demands of the position. Remember, when you have the bishop pair but you have pawn weaknesses, you have to play actively. And white shows a good example of this. Plays bishop to g7. Note that the typical retreat bishop to e3 could be met by knight to g5. Suddenly the black position springs to life. The knight and the bishop are attacking the pawn on h3. The black rook threatens to slap on over to the f-file, hit the white queen, maybe throw in a knight f3 check, but after bishop takes, queen takes, black has a clear advantage. He has a 2-to-1 kingside majority, he has the better bishop, and the safer king. Therefore, after knight f7, white very astutely played bishop g7, keeping his bishop active. And after rook g8, bishop f6, the queen now returns to the blockading square, wants to stay in touch with the white bishop. That keeps the white queen tied up, protecting the bishop. White now plays very actively with queen h4. This attacks the h7 pawn and keeps his bishop on f6 protected. Black, realizing the fight for the initiative is in full swing now, counterattacks with g5. White plays queen h7. This looks like a winning move. Snagging a pawn and attacking the knight on f7 and the rook on g8. This looks very promising indeed. Roman shows the amazing resources in the black position, captures the bishop on f6, and in turn threatens queen f2 check, which would be a double attack on the king and the rook. But oops, he does allow queen takes rook with check. Not to worry, he interposes the knight and still has his own threat of queen to f2 check. White, of course, moves the rook to the open f-file and meets the threat and attacks the black queen. The queen slides over and highlights the weakness of the pawn on h3. The only way to defend the pawn on h3 is with rook f3. But then g4 shows that the h-pawn is pinned and opens the diagonal from h6 to d2 for the black queen. Meanwhile, the pawn on g4 is attacking the rook on f3 as well. After rook g3, queen d2 check, king g1. Trying to avoid the draw with rook g2 would be a bad idea, because after queen takes d3, h takes g4, queen e4, black is really the only one that has any kind of winning chances here. This pawn is not too dangerous, the c-pawn is hanging, the white king is exposed, and black also has his own passed e-pawn. So after queen d2 check, king g1, queen e1 check attacks the king and the rook, king h2, queen d2 check, king g1. Now Roman gives white a chance to go wrong. He tries for a little more out of the position, plays queen f4. White, realizing that equilibrium must be maintained, goes king h2, and after queen d2 check, the game was concluded as a draw. A fantastic example of two heavyweights going at it and the position being maintained in dynamic balance for a long period of time. A very hard-fought game between two very strong grandmasters. Let's do a recap. Well, white did play the unimpressive bishop to d2, which is probably not the most precise. On e4, Roman played fe, fe, knight bd7, knight f3, and then knight g4 maneuver, fighting for control over the important e5 square. Critical moment comes when white plays h3, trying to disrupt the black knights. Roman captured on f3, and after knight takes, knight back to f6, unleashing an attack on the pawn on h3, and after it was defended, castle kingside. This type of position Fritz considers to be completely equal or even possibly just a smidgen better for black. Why? He has a safer king, better pawn structure. The white king is rather exposed, as we saw later in the game. At this point, both sides have been building up, and white is obviously building for the e5 advance. Roman played e5 himself, and after fe, de, managed to blockade the d6 square. As we saw later, he maneuvered his knight, maneuvered his queen, and then the knight reached the very powerful d6 square. Another idea that Roman showed in this game is that quite often a knight can swing to f7 when you're fighting against a bishop. White, for his part, played very aggressively, stayed active with bishop g7 and bishop f6. White's queen h4 created a strong attack, and black created a counterattack. After queen h7, queen takes f6, sacrifice the exchange, and after queen g8, knight d8, rook f1, Roman continued with the counterattack, queen h3. And this, of course, was enough to maintain the equilibrium. Even though black was the exchange down, the white king was exposed, his pieces unprotected. Again, a very instructive game between two very good grandmasters. The next position I want to share with you came from a 6f3 Dzindzi Indian. We reached an interesting middle game where white has two sets of double pawns. Mark Kurtzenberg played at the Clichy Masters Tournament in France in 2002, and Christina Feuscher played black. Very strong senior master woman player playing black. And she shows us how to handle the case. In this position, she played e takes d5. Black undoubles the white c-pawns, but creates a 4-3 mobile queenside majority for the coming in-game. After cd5, queen a5 is very nice. This hits the pawn on c3, and note the pawn cannot advance because it also attacks the rook on e1. Therefore, white abandoned the pawn. Note, however, that had white played queen c1, natural looking move to defend the pawn, c4 is very timely because c4 attacks the bishop on d3, and bishop takes, queen check would simply lose a piece. Therefore, after c4, if the bishop had to move away somewhere like this, for example, then simply queen takes pawn, and that's a very valuable pawn, and black now has a 4-2 queenside pawn majority, obviously overwhelming. Therefore, in the game, after queen a5, very timely attack on the c3 pawn, king g2, queen takes c3, black has now netted a valuable pawn for a winning endgame. Rook at b to e2, rook takes, and again, material ahead, exchange pieces. Rook takes, bishop takes, and g4. As usual, when a player is losing the strategical battle, they often lash out. But queen d2 check, black handles the case very professionally here. After king g3, she now plays a very timely f takes g4. And suddenly black realizes that recapturing this pawn is not so easy. For example, pawn takes, queen e3 check, and then the f4 pawn falls. And after f takes g4, king takes g4, of course, is even worse, as queen g2, king h4, g5 check, f takes g5, queen takes h2, king g4, bishop f5, bishop h5, king f5, queen e5 check would be a very nice mate with the black queen and bishop. So going back to here, after f takes g4, white has problems. In the game, white played bishop e4, but then g takes f3, bishop f3, and bishop d7. Now, of course, black is a solid 2 pawns ahead, winning with no problem. Just want to show you the finish of the game right quick. Queen a1, hoping to try and make some noise against the black king. h5, and even the h-pawn suddenly becomes an attacking unit. Queen f6, and here black finished the game quite nicely with the deflection motif h4 check. Beautiful pawn sacrifice, which must be accepted either by the king or by the queen. Let's take a look. If queen takes h4, queen e1, check, skewers the king and the queen. And in fact, that's what actually happened in the game. After h4 check, if king takes h4, queen h2, king g5, queen g3, king h6, and the white bishop falls off the board. I very much like how Christina Foxy handled the position once she got the advantage in the middle game, how she converted it in the endgame. This is a very important part of chess, converting a winning endgame. Now I would like to show you my method for meeting 6f3. d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, f5, f3. And as I mentioned in the introduction to 6f3, e5 is a very interesting idea for black. We establish our pawn duo on e5 and f5. We open up the diagonal for queen to h4 check. And in fact, in 2007, I had a very interesting game against an amateur player, very strong attacking player, not a master, but nonetheless very, very dangerous. That game continued, d takes e6. Now note that if white just passively plays with e3, then, after d6, black pretty much has everything he wants. And in fact, after a move like queen c2, I would not play queen a5 as was actually played in one game in Spain in 2004, even though black won, because 1, the pawn on c3 is already defended. 2, having established my pawn duo, I would then look, in this type of position, I would not play queen a5. Why? 1, the pawn on c3 is already defended, and 2, having established my very nice pawn duo, I would more or less look to mass my pieces behind them and go ahead and cultivate that. For example, I might play like queen e7, knight f6, knight bd7, h6, and do a gradual build-up with an eye towards eventually expanding on the king side. Coming back to my first game in 2007 with the system, after e5, my opponent captured on e6. I played queen h4 check with the double attack on the king and the pawn on c4. Although, it is worth noting that you could actually just play the more routine d takes e6. For example, after queen takes d8, king takes d8, bishop g5 check, king e8, castles. This looks very promising for white. Threatens rook d8 check. But, nonetheless, you have to have faith in the inherent underlying strength and structural correctness of your position. Simple move, knight c6, develops a piece, covers the square. After e4, for example, h6 sends the bishop away, and after bishop e3, b6, we can already see black starting to barricade in with very good squares for his pieces. For example, ef5, ef5, knight h3, king could slide up. Note, we could also, if we were so inclined, lift a rook. After king f7, knight f4, knight f6, knight d5, for example, bishop e6, knight c7 fails to make an impression. After rook at a to d8, we can see black is developed, mobilized, ready to exchange rooks, and white still has his weak pawns on a2, c4, c3, and a very weak bishop on f1. That would be a quieter, more normal way to play after d takes e6, would be to simply recapture. However, I played a bit sharper with queen h4 check, g3, queen takes c4, attacking the pawn on c3, attacking the pawn on e6. After e takes d7, bishop takes d7. Rather than passively defend the pawn on c3, white opted for activating his rook on the half-open file. However, note that this also leaves the a2 pawn undefended. Instead of rook b1, white could also opt for e4. This attacks my queen. However, after queen takes c3, bishop d2, queen back to f6, black should be quite okay. We'll follow with knight, knight, castle, queenside or kingside, probably queenside. Black is doing quite okay. In the game, after rook to b1, bishop to c6 is very convenient. Puts the bishop on the long diagonal, fights for control of e4, and secures the b7 point. White lashed out with e4, attacking my queen. I went ahead and take the little niblet on a2. Of course, the queen sometimes is a bit out of play there, sometimes very active. However, in the long run, you do create this potentially monster winning outside passed a pawn in the endgame. Bishop to g5, white goes all in for queen d8 check, but again, development and meet the threat. White captures on f5. This gets his pawn on e4 out from under attack. However, it does expose his pawn on f3. I ignore the pawn on f5 and continue with my own rapid development. This gives my king the option of castling queenside or kingside, whichever seems to be most worthwhile. Now white plays f takes g6. This is frankly just a bit too greedy. Probably trading queens with queen e2 check makes a lot of sense, but after queen takes, bishop takes, I have the very nice response, knight to e4, attacking the bishop on g5, attacking the pawn on c3. For example, if f takes e4, bishop takes e4, forking the two rooks. And if bishop back to d2, then simply knight takes d2, king d2, g takes f5, leaves black one clear extra pawn ahead. And this is not just an extra pawn. Remember, this is an outside passed a pawn. Virtually guarantees a win in all endgames. So going back though to f takes g6, brave, bold, and foolish, I castle, immediately putting a rook on the open d file and preparing to bring the other rook to the open e file. And what's the reward? The white queen and king. After g takes h7, rook at h to e8 check, bishop e2, and knight e5. All of the black forces are beautifully centralized. Okay, white might get some counterplay with his h-pawn, but first things first, his king and his queen are under fire from the black forces. In the game, white opted to sacrifice the queen. Note, for example, though, that queen b3 allows a break-in with knight takes f3 check, king f2. Again, note, knight takes f3, queen takes e2 mate. And here we see the queen on a2 coming into play big time. So if king f2, knight g4, king f1, now you trade queens, and on rook takes, you have the very nice rook d1, deflection check, bishop takes, rook takes, king g2, and now we see the power of the bishop on the long diagonal. We play knight takes g1, discovered check, and after bishop f3, bishop takes f3 is mate. Notice the fantastic harmony among the black minor pieces. So in the game, we can see why white felt obliged to sacrifice the queen. But after queen takes, rook takes, bishop takes f6, we now recoup a rook with queen takes check, king up, and queen takes h7. Bishop takes e5, the dust is settled, and white lags behind in development and has only a bishop, a knight, and one pawn for the black queen. Rook e8, immediately putting the rook on the open file where these two bishops are targeted. Bishop f4, and now queen c2. Very strong move. Lateral pin on the bishop on e2, and attacking the pawn on c4. After white saves the pawn on c4, bishop takes f3, flatters the white-king position. Of course, knight f3 is met with rook takes e2 check, king f1, queen d1, knight e1, and queen takes e1 mate. So after bishop takes f3, hitting the rook, hitting the bishop, king takes f3, queen e4 check, king f2, queen takes h1, knight f3, the simple a5, and the unstoppable plan of motoring up the board with the a-pawn. White resigned. Let's do a quick recap. In response to white's 6 f3, I ventured a relatively new idea with e5. After d takes e6, we could play d takes e6, but I played the sharper queen h4 check, and after g3, queen takes c4, and play got very, very sharp. White captured on d7, bishop takes, and then rook b1, offering more pawn sacrifices. Putting the bishop on c6 was a good idea. Capturing on a2 was a good idea, because that gave us an outside passed a-pawn, guaranteeing winning in all endgames. White's bishop to g5 threatened a fat queen d8 check, but again, development was the order of the day, and after e takes f5, more development. Now here, white was too greedy, took another pawn, and continued development. This way, the rooks are in the game. Black has now completed his development. White has only one piece developed. Therefore, it's no surprise that black had a crushing attack, and this just led to a very quick disaster for white. Thank you for spending time with us on the Dzindzi Indian. So far, on this first video, we've looked at d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, f5. Of the white 6-move alternatives, we've looked at the passive approach, e3. We've looked at the kingside fianchetto with g3, and we've also looked at f3, preparing for e4. In Volume 2, we will look at what I call the big theoretical challenge, 6e4, at one time thought to actually be the tactical refutation. In Volume 3, we will look at h-file action with h4, at one time thought to be the positional or strategical refutation. Also in Volume 3, we will cover the combined e4, for example, f takes e4 and h4, when white combines e4 and h4 type action. In future volumes, we will cover preparing for g4, for example with h3. We will also cover the g4 gambit, the d-pawn push, and we will look at the knight developments, the normal knight development and the clever knight development, knight to h3. We will also look at bishop moves. Bishop to f4 was actually played against me by a Russian master, and bishop to g5 with pressure on e7. And last but not least, we will look at queen moves. Queen a4 pins the d-pawn, covers a5, queen c2 has been played, and queen to d3. Then we come to the situation where white players don't play d5. After c5, they have what I call the Dzindzi Indian declined. For example, they played d takes c5. However, of course, here we play bishop c3, bc3, queen a5, and this is what I call the triple pawns variation. Also, instead of d5, there's e3, the passive approach, and 4, f3, the positional approach. We will also be covering those in future DVDs. And then, going to the very beginning, nothing so frustrating as not being able to reach your favorite opening. We have what I call the Dzindzi Indian avoided, where white doesn't even play c4. Instead, he plays 2e4. Of course, we will have some suggestions for you as to what I like to play and look at some games and so forth. There's also 2 knight f3, and then you have your dyed-in-the-wool queen pawn players who basically play d4 and bishop g5 against anything. Thank you again for spending time with us on the Dzindzi Indian.